Let's break it down. The broken baker's coming to town. From Denmark with love, watching courts go wild. American drama got me hooked like a child. Twists in the courtroom, objections all day. Live on the screen, come and join the fray. Step one, grab your coffee, settle in tight. Step two, laugh at the chaos left and right. Step three, Danish take on the law so crazy. Step four, hit subscribe, don't be lazy. Oh yeah! He's a broken baker, breaking down cases, real truth shaker. Witty and fun from across the sea. The broken baker set my free. Hey, hey, broken baker, Danish style so smooth. Legal madness in the groove. Yeah, join the live today. The broken baker's here to slay. High profile trials, witnesses spin. Alibis cracking, let the fun begin. Outside of you with a humorous twist. True crime fans, you don't wanna miss. Even when it's broken, we find the fun. Danish baker baking truth for everyone. The broken baker, yeah. Hit that bell, let's go
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be, and welcome to the last day in the Matheau Moore case. And someone asked yesterday if I liked the breakdown. I didn't know what the breakdown was they were talking about. I thought maybe it was when the prosecutor was arguing, but we will start with the breakdown. We have one more witness left. We're going to skip all the jury instructions. It's just normal blah, blah, blah. Do closing arguments, and then we will get the verdict. So today will be a shorter, hopefully, stream, and we will get to finding out what, if any, really happened in this case today. Because so far, I can't see a way any reasonable person could find him guilty, but 10% of chat believed he was guilty yesterday. So the prosecution, Uvalde gets away with Brady violations. I don't know. I haven't watched any of that trial. Mo in the deep end is covering that trial, so I can't answer anything because I haven't watched it. I need a few more flags in my intro ending. No, I think it's enough for once. So, yeah, I don't know why red is orange when it goes over on YouTube, because it's very red on my screen. But apparently, that's how YouTube's filter works on all of this. I have nothing to do with the end product. I'm just a talking head on a screen. But we will start. You won't be able to hear the beginning of the breakdown because they didn't have the. At first, I thought my earbuds was, the output into it had been changed, so I was trying to find out what the hell was going wrong because they were talking, but then it picks up. It's because they hadn't turned the audio on. But we will be getting into some of this prosecutor breakdown. It's kind of ridiculous, and yeah. Well, thank you. It's my Cornhuskers hat from Nebraska, and I don't know why. Yeah, I can tell when I look on. I have my. This is my live feed. This is what my program records. What's in front of me, and that's very red. And then I look over on my studio over on YouTube, and it's orange. So there must be something in the way everything is encoded that does it. What's the advantage of dating a homeless woman? At the end of the date, you can drop her off anywhere. Steven, how did your date with the bank go yesterday? I got a new pen that can write underwater. It can write other words too. Well, it's nothing if it's not a bad joke from Inspire. Funny, it looks more red on Rumble than it does on YouTube. And hey, Anime and Mindori over on the Rumble side. But I think we're just gonna jump on it. Jamie, I don't know. It's Thursday, so she might not stop by because that's her phone day at work. But I hope she kind of comes by because it's ridiculous. Baker's own red light district. You don't need the red light to hide wrinkles, though. You use moisturizer. Fancy moisturizer. What's next? You use 2 different soaps. I said, send me a link. I sent you a link yesterday. I think. I believe I sent you a link yesterday. Let's go and look. Maybe I'm wrong. No, I didn't send you a link. Stop yelling at me. Why are you mean like this? I have enough people being mad at me. I don't need more people being mad at me. We're gonna wait for Jamie then. No, you just got the link. Stop yelling. I did a new cougar class today. Well, it's not a real cougar class. It's because normally they have Zumba, but the lady who runs the Zumba class had a vacation, so we did dance mix, and that's all different kinds. And it's, do you know those instructors who's a little too high energy? Oh, come on, let's do this. Just shake and just jump. And everyone is 70 years old or me. And it's kind of like, what, whose arm, what arm, where are we going? Our legs gonna move too. But I reached 11,000 steps just going to cougar class today. So something it's good for. Hey, Jamester, how are you doing?
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. La da 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 da. Good morning. Good morning to you. And
Morning,
Plushie Mom
everybody.
is here today, so finally we can start.
Yes.
I hate it when people say age is just a number. Age is clearly a word.
Oh, Mspire.
Jamie, I'm having one of those days, so I don't know if it's good or bad that Mspire is testing how dad jokes she can go.
Trying to cheer you up.
Yeah, I know. But listen carefully, Jamie, because the breakdown comes now. I didn't know that was what people talked about yesterday. And maybe I can boost the sound a little bit more.
Yeah. I will mute myself.
Speed. I'll put it at 5 to begin with.
No, I'm sorry, but I would object to going forward anyway right now without the elected county prosecutor who's on this case.
But she chose not to be here.
That's not accurate, Judge.
Okay,
We
I don't,
had-
okay, your objection's noted.
We had a phone status conference 2 weeks ago in which Ms. Schiffel...
Your objection is noted. Okay?
I'm not going to participate in this proceeding without the elected county prosecutor. I think this is a sham that you're going forward. When the court was...
You're going to sit here. You're going to sit here.
You were told about her unavailability and specifically told her on the phone not to cancel that appointment, that it wouldn't be a problem.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you want to be here for the decision, that's your business.
Well, Your Honor, I think this is outrageous. You're going forward without the prosecutor.
Jamie, your chia pet got mad.
Prosecutor Monchichi is having a tantrum.
I found it outrageous. You had a phone conference. I'm not going forward. It's
He's such a baby.
yeah, without the elected county official. And he leaves the room. That's the most. It's the funniest part of it all. Let's because M Spire was making up another dab joke. So let's go back and get it one more time.
No, I'm sorry, but I would object to going forward anyway right now without the elected county prosecutor who's on this case.
But she chose not to be here.
That's not accurate, Judge.
Okay, okay, your objection's noted.
We had a phone status conference 2 weeks ago in which Ms. Schiffel...
Your objection is noted. Okay?
I'm not going to participate in this proceeding without the elected county prosecutor. I think this is a sham that you're going forward. When the court was...
You're going to sit here. You're going to sit here.
You were told about her unavailability and specifically told her on the phone not to cancel that appointment, that it wouldn't be a problem.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you want to be here for the decision, that's your business.
Well, Your Honor, I think this is outrageous. You're going forward without the prosecutor.
He's such a twit.
Oh, I wish you could slam the door.
I have prepared my remarks and my decision here today. And I am, I guess, I am.
I'm leaving.
Good morning, everybody. Look at little baby.
We have been waiting. Oh, this is the 7th day. It's not the 8th. Well, fuck that. It's just a number. I would love if this judge just said, "Okay, contempt. See you later, boy. Go to prison and get a haircut." But
Yeah.
it was just, yeah. I prepared my decision. Yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Your objection is noted.
Yeah.
That's all he says.
Yeah, and Dory says, we'll kick the case out then if they don't want to participate.
Glad I had the opportunity to spend the night to do some deliberation on this matter and think about it. But I want to kind of begin with a sidebar before I go to the motion itself. And it's an apology I'm going to make to the defense team here. Before you made your motion, I made a few statements that were probably an effort at humor, but I think they could have been interpreted as intemperate, unnecessary, or perhaps even offensive. And that was certainly not my intention. And I likewise did not in any way try to imply that your motion was simply a matter of the record and an administrative act and perhaps without merit. And I say that not only because that wasn't my intention, but your arguments were well-spoken, compelling, well done.
Yesterday, I was washing the car with my son. He said, "Dan, can't you just use a sponge?"
Where's your little drum? There you go.
That was a 3-drum salute. Yeah, I like this judge. I said something yesterday that I probably shouldn't have said. Let me fix that one because this wasn't okay. And I think he probably did it in just trying to make light of things. But I like when they correct the record.
Once he heard the prosecutor's argument, he was probably like, "Oh, Jesus."
Yeah.
But the fact is, I wish more judges would actually like throw this stuff out
Yeah.
on its ass, but they don't.
Yeah, and he doesn't either, because I've seen there is closing arguments today. So, but still,
Well, yeah.
but he should have thrown this one out.
And very professional. And in fact, I want to say that both lawyers have been professional throughout this entire case. You're the kind of lawyers that any judge would want on his or her docket trying a case. And I want you to know that. And I regret a lack of reciprocal professionalism for that moment there. And I wanted you to know how I felt. And I wanted to share that with you. It's not reflective, I hope, of who I am. The court, as I said, has had an opportunity to consider this case for a significant period of time last night. And I note that in my 20 years, both as a sitting judge and a visiting judge, I have rendered decisions on Rule 29 motions in every criminal case, and I've denied those motions and I have granted those motions. But I think I can say this has been the most difficult motion for me to consider. And again, I'm glad I had the time to reflect upon the arguments made.
Oh yeah, if you came in late, go back and watch the beginning. Jamie's Monchichi pet lost his mind.
By counsel. And I think probably one of the reasons it's difficult is that both the state and the defense have made very compelling and good arguments. Perhaps it's more the state of the evidence presented that I'm working with that I've had to spend a lot of time thinking about. I want to begin this decision by saying what is not a part of the court's consideration. I am not judging the credibility of any of the witnesses who have testified, nor giving weight to any of the witnesses, nor in any way whatsoever injecting my personal opinion, if any, as to what I would think the state of the evidence is. I am certainly not considering this case on the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt. As we all know, the standard is to look at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state without any of those other considerations. And the court has done so, and my job, if you will, is to determine whether or not there's evidence in which jurors could come to even different conclusions, but one which would be a decision in favor of the state. Now, I have already indicated, and I reaffirm at this point in time, that the state has amply satisfied its burden in regard to the motion, in regard to the establishment of this being a homicide and a staged suicide. With that determination, following that, a vast majority, if not the great majority of the elements of murder, both purposeful murder and felony murder, as well as felonious assault, are satisfied by that finding by itself. The issue that's primarily before the court is the question of the identification of the perpetrator who has committed this homicide and staged suicide from the evidence. What probably has made this case most difficult is that there is no direct evidence establishing the defendant as the perpetrator in this case. Now, the state is not legally required to do that, but it does enhance the decision process at this time to be more circumspect. Clearly, as the state has acknowledged as well, that circumstantial evidence is the cornerstone of this case. And the inference reasonably raised from the evidence that in a natural and logical way would follow and according to the common experience of mankind as to what those inferences are drawn from direct evidence is what the court must look at. And I think consistent with the requirement that the court look at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, the court must also look at the inferences in the light most favorable to the state. So the court has considered the circumstantial evidence provided. The state has, I believe, and perhaps a bit ironically, established the question of motive. The defendant is married to the deceased. The evidence is presented that they've had chats and messages to each other that have been classified as difficult, argumentative, including one not to each other, but one on May 7th where the defendant declared that his marriage was over. Evidence that 2 weeks prior to the argument, there was testimony that there was a very loud argument in their garage. Statements made that are inconsistent with some of the facts determined by law enforcement, and misstatements or even lies made to police. And of course, evidence in regard to the argument that Mr. Moore made statements in the past tense, which inferentially is that the speaker would have known that even though the deceased was not discovered, she was not going to be discovered alive. This kind of
What? Oh, are they coming back in?
No, it's it's the it's the hilarity. He's gonna rule in their favor, and Monchichi got so mad he won't even be in the room because
Oh, yeah.
mommy isn't here.
Oh my God. What
I
a
can't.
baby.
Where are they? Well, she had another meeting, and he got mad, and he wouldn't be in the room if she wasn't with him. So
Yeah, if you missed it, just go back to the beginning because he has a tantrum and walks out of the courtroom.
yeah, if he could, he would have smacked the door, but it closes on its own. It's such a weird look. The state is not represented in a case
I know.
where the state is trying to get a man convicted. It's unheard of. In Denmark, we have the saying that whenever we are planning a new trial or planning a later date, the state will always be there. It might not be this prosecutor, but the state will always be there because we know defense lawyers are the ones who are really busy because they can have clients everywhere. So if we can find a day in their calendar, well, the state will just send a prosecutor. They just have to inform them. But this little whiny man, jeepers.
Well, like he left and stomped out, but the other guy stayed. He's just hanging out there.
Yeah, the guy in the back. Yeah, he's just.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
just here to pull up the PowerPoints. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
I don't
I
even
mean,
talk to them at the office.
Yeah, he questioned a few. I assume he's a lawyer too, because obviously he questioned a few people. But what is he thinking? Like, oh my God, this idiot.
Imagine when he gets his first review with the new elected DA when this lady stops. And so you walked out of courtroom disrespecting the judge. But the DA wasn't there. No, but you're the representative of the state. Why didn't you say? Because I needed to water my chia pets.
I love that he had to make it. I am not proceeding without the elected DA judge.
Elected DA. Yeah, Teen Wolf lost his crap. I've seen ADAs in Massachusetts step in for fellow ADAs that can't make it in Massachusetts court. That's what you do in Denmark. In Denmark, you will say, again, okay, maybe we have 3 defense lawyers who finally, the 17th of June is the day everyone can make it to court. The state will then send someone. If someone says, well, I'm going on a ski trip there. First of all, we'll look at them and say ski trip in June. But then the judge will just say, yeah, well, the state will be here because they can just inform another DA. It's not, if we can get 3 defense lawyers in the room at the same time, fuck off, state. You'll find someone else. Oh, yeah, she's a big old C word.
John, you missed the temper tantrum at the beginning of the day, so you have to go back.
Yeah, Sean, so go back to the beginnings.
Is the evidence that demonstrates that the defendant could very well have been unhappy and angry with his wife, and the behavior after he reported her missing could circumstantially infer that he knew something that he was not telling the police. The state also presented evidence, largely through the digital forensic evaluation of the defendant's cell phone, which, as we all know, reflects the usage activity and non-user activity of the phones, that reflected for approximately 3.5 hours on the evening of May 24th and the morning of May 25th that there was no activity for which time period any acts of the defendant were unaccounted for. Now, again, several inferences may be drawn from that, certainly, but the inference most favorable to the state is that he could very well have been engaged in the conduct that resulted in the demise of his wife. The argument presented by the state, based upon the evidence presented in its totality, is that, again, under the rule, the court has made the finding that This was a homicide and staged suicide from the evidence, in the view most favored to the state. And the question raised from that evidence, by working from that, is who would be a perpetrator, who would take the time and necessity not only of ending the life of an individual, but taking the effort to stage it so it would appear to be a suicide. Now, we obviously know, and the evidence reflects, that within 48 hours, the police provided the Miranda rights to the defendant. So he certainly began this case as a person of interest upon whom suspicion would fall, and that's virtually the case every time when a spouse is missing or is found to be a victim of a homicide. Certainly, circumstantially, based upon that evidence, based upon the conclusion that the court's finding that this is a homicide and staged suicide, is also rather consistent with the thought that the evidence provided the fact that suicide over a significant period of time has affected the difficulty in the lives of both the defendant and his wife, which likewise has a bearing upon why that could very well have been staged by her husband. Again, at this time, considering all of this evidence and in light of what the court has preliminarily addressed regarding the nature of the court's decision, I find at this time that taken in total, the state has met its threshold burden to allow this matter to be considered by the jury, and thus the Rule 29 motion.
O-line Red, go back and watch the beginning. You need to go back and watch the beginning. There's an explanation.
Presented timely at the close of the state's case will not be granted. The court will simply state for the record at this time, and particularly since we are coming to the close of the state's case due to our unique agreed circumstances, that the court on its own motion is going to take under advisement a Rule 29 motion at the conclusion of all of the state's presentation of evidence, and will proceed accordingly. Now, with this decision, we are now at the point where I guess we should take this opportunity, if you wish, to go over jury instructions. Are there any, is the state ready or willing to discuss jury instructions at this point?
Yes, Your Honor, I am. Thank you.
All right, what would you, what changes, deletions, additions, or corrections?
So what he just said, that he will take under consideration when everything is presented for a new motion of judgment of acquittal. That's Rule 29 in Ohio. It will go to the jury. But if a judge is already this wishy-washy, saying, well, we really has to stretch our imagination, imagine being on the jury. Hey, Pete's girl. Jamie, should we just watch it one more time?
Yeah, just play it back for everybody.
Yeah, because O-line Red couldn't get out of bed this morning. This is why I fiddled with my audio.
You know, I'm sorry, but I would object to going forward anyway right now without the elected county prosecutor who's on this case.
But she chose not to be here.
That's not accurate, Judge.
Okay, okay, your objection's noted.
We had a phone status conference 2 weeks ago in which Ms. Schiff will...
Your objection is noted. Okay?
I'm not going to participate in this proceeding without the elected county prosecutor. I think this is a sham that you're going forward. When the court was
You're going to sit here. You're going to sit here.
You were told about her unavailability and specifically told her on the phone not to cancel that appointment, that it wouldn't be a problem.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you want to be here for the decision, that's your business.
Well, Your Honor, I think this is outrageous. You're going forward without the prosecutor.
He's such a
This
baby
is
boy.
outrageous.
It's outrageous, Jamie.
I have prepared my remarks and my decision here today. And I am...
Come on, Chi-Chi.
I did not
You're
talk.
not. You're such a retard. Sorry. I can't help it.
Thank you, Jamie, for finding this case. Yesterday, I wanted to punch you in the mouth. Today, I'm smiling.
You'll.
I'm not going to be here. And you could just tell, if that door didn't close automatically, he would have slammed it. And I wish he would, so the judge could hold him in control.
Yeah.
I think there was a IT guy was sitting there behind there thinking, what? Was I supposed to walk out in solidarity? Oh,
Well, the other lawyer guy is like, was I supposed to go too? I don't know. He's probably like, get over here. You have to make a
what could have
statement.
been so cool if he had stopped by and done that there? Oh, yeah, okay. And he was scuttling
Like-
out after him.
Yeah, like ran after him. We're going too.
I get that feeling about Jamie too. Isn't it funny how we all get that feeling?
Oh, get over it.
Oh, I foresee a clip of him being in Baker's closing. Could be. It's long enough as it is.
I think that was clipped out on Law and Crime too, like after it happened too. Prosecutor walks out on judge or something, and I remember watching it.
It's just the baby mentality of it all. I'm just gonna walk out. Mommy isn't here.
Yeah, now you need to clip that one and
Oh.
put it in with your pregnant pause.
Oh. I wish he had held him in contempt.
I love that he used the word sham.
Yeah,
This is a sham.
just sham.
Just have a seat. Have a seat.
That was a pre-trial hearing in the Black Widower case out of Las Vegas. That was our good friend Glenn, who the defendant tried to hire to kill his wife, and he said, I didn't want to do it. Why? Well, I thought he was going to kill me. And then he said everyone could bang his mom.
Yeah, everyone slept with his mother-in-law.
Yeah. Did you think he had slept with your wife? No. Did you think he slept with your mother-in-law? Everybody has. What did he say? Everybody has. That's the biggest injustice in all of LawTube, that he wasn't allowed to testify. That case is
He
so
was.
good. His reenactment,
Yep.
that sounds like a corn movie. All the old biddies getting angry. Oh, that was a good case.
Oh God, yeah, Baker loved to replay that noise he made in our ear for like 20 minutes.
Uh,
Stop it.
I'm such a child.
Just for the record, you're juror number 6, correct? All right. You expressed to the court an event that occurred in your presence last night. Would you share that with counsel?
Yeah, I was approached in the parking lot by a young lady.
Oh, my.
I think the first comment was, I saw you on TV.
Oh.
And I was kind of taken aback. I kept walking. She said, you're on the jury, and I kept walking. And then I turned and said, I've been instructed I cannot talk to you. And then I moved. I kept walking. Sheriff, I think the gentleman over there, one of the sheriffs.
Gentleman back there.
No hair. One of the two. I know. Sheriff, I think as I'm driving off, I think he approached her and basically, I would guess he asked her to leave. But I informed Carla first, and then Carla talked to you, and I just wanted to make you aware that I did not talk to this lady at all.
Okay, thank you. State have any inquiry?
Just briefly, anything about that interaction that gives you any concern about your ability to still sit as a fair and impartial jury and decide this case on the facts you've heard here? Okay, thank
It
you.
should be fine.
Finally, some love for night.
All right. Why don't you just stay in your seat? Remember, bring the rest of your colleagues in.
Thank you.
All right. I'm comfortable going forward.
So a young lady wanted to bang a juror.
Everyone, thank you very much.
Defense called John Bob.
Yeah. He's like, I saw you on TV. You want to get a room?
Yeah. I know Motel 6.
Morning.
Introduce yourself to the jury, if you could.
My name is John Bolte, and I'm a professor at Ohio State University.
And before I ask you just a few questions about that, Your Honor, at this time the parties agreed that Dr. Bolte is an expert in biomechanical engineering.
That's true, no objection. Thank you.
Thank you. So noted, please.
Thank you. Dr. Bolte, you just indicated that you're a professor. Tell us about what you do at Ohio State. Happen next.
We actually have a lot of expertise with the tree, but I received an email from Detective Grubbs requesting if I knew anyone that could help test a tree to see how much mass the tree could suspend. and it was just an
Yeah, I would think that you are legally obligated to say the Ohio State if you work there.
No, I would be so angry. I'm
He
not
works there.
surprised. I know, but I'm surprised they don't actually, just because that's a thing. Oh my God.
Well, he's been out swinging in a branch, so it's kind of like painting himself blue.
So it's funny that he was asked by the lead detective to do this work first, and now he's for the defense. So
Maybe I.
yeah, that's what he just said.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Let's go back.
About how you became involved in this case with respect to Emily Noble.
I first became involved on October 26th, 2020. I received an email from Detective Grubbs requesting if I knew anyone that could help test a tree to see how much mass the tree could suspend. And it was just an open email, and I responded with, I don't have a lot of expertise with the tree, but I might be able to support this.
When you say mass, what does mass mean in that context?
Weight.
And as a result of that initial outreach from Detective Grubbs, what, if anything, happened next?
We exchanged a few emails. I believe there was an email from a tree expert that had a suggestion of how to test the tree. We decided to meet on November 6th at 9 a.m. at the location so I could view the tree and brainstorm what engineering tests we could do to potentially test this tree branch. So the first meeting was there at the scene on November 6th of 2020.
If you recall, who was there at the scene on November 6th?
Detective Grubbs in Alloway, myself, Dr. Yoon Siak Kang, who is another professor in the IBRC, along with myself, and Dr. Amanda Agnew, who is also within the IBRC.
Was there another time that you went out to that same location?
We actually went back out on November 11th to run the tests that are in my report.
Which takes me to, did you write a report in this case?
Yes, I did.
Showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit VV, as in Victor. And Dr. Bolte, there is a copy of that same report in front of you.
Thank you.
If you could flip through it, 6-page report, and let the jurors know if that appears to be a fair and accurate copy of the report that you issued in this case.
It is an accurate copy.
Let's go through it if we could. The date of the issuance of the report,
It was January 31st, 2021.
when the report was finished, to whom did you send it?
I sent it to Dr. Grubbs, or Detective Grubbs, excuse me.
Let's go through. You mentioned that you went back to the scene again on November 11th of 2020. Let's talk about what you did when you went back. But before we talk about what you did, tell the jurors what you brought with you to do the testing.
So after we visited on the 6th, we came back on the 11th with several pieces of camera that could take still photos and video, and a tripod to set that camera up on. We also brought a data acquisition system, which is used to, when you're running a scientific test, collect data, whether that's from an accelerometer or any type of instrument that could record motion or something along those lines. So it just is like a computer. We had a laptop to connect to the data acquisition system to collect the data. We had a inline load cell that I have with me here this morning to suspend from the branch so we can record how much weight was hanging from the branch. We had an empty milk carton basket to hold weights. We had a series of different weights of different amounts so that we could add to it slowly to see what would happen to the branch. And then finally we had a 5th percentile female anthropomorphic test dummy, which is known as a crash test dummy, which is used to crash test frontal, when they do a frontal crash test in the United States, NHTSA, they use this dummy, and they also use it actually in a couple other tests. It is a size of a small female. It weighs approximately 105 pounds.
Were you given at any point prior to the scene on November 11th a weight with respect to the tree branch, a weight that the Westerville Police Office wanted you to test against, if that question makes sense?
I was not given a specific weight. I was just told a small female. And we happen to have the dummy that we could use that is supposed to represent a small female.
And the dummy, the crash test dummy that you used again, weighs approximately how much?
It's between 105 to 110 pounds, depending on what instrumentation is inside of it. We did not use any instrumentation in the dummy. We just used the dummy as a weight.
Did you bring a USB cord with you?
I did. I brought 2 USB cables. I had asked Detective Grubbs if he knew a serial number or something that we could try to match the USB cable. And I went out and purchased 2 10-foot-long gray USB cables that I thought were similar to the best of my ability.
Going now to what you did at the scene. You indicated that you had a camera and video. Did you run tests at the scene?
We did. We ran 2 different sets of tests.
And before I actually go into the test, from your perspective as an expert, biomechanical engineer, and you walked down there in early November and you first saw the branch, what was your thought?
As a biomechanical expert, I do not know anything about trees. So I don't know the strength of trees. So it's really, I can't really comment further than that. I know the body, I don't really know trees.
Show the jurors sort of how big the branch was in terms of circumference.
I would approximate it to have been maybe 1 to 2 inches in circumference, and it was about an inch over my head, so we measured, and I'm a 6'6", so it was about 6 foot 7 inches off the ground when we tested it on the 11th.
Let's talk through the first test that you did at the scene. Static mass test. What is that?
So we thought the first test would just be something to add weight step by step to see how much weight the branch could hold. I had no idea, as I mentioned, I'm not a tree expert. I know how to run scientific tests to look at boundary conditions or to test something that's similar to maybe what occurred there. And so we thought, let's just start with an empty crate hanging from a USB cable through this device and add weight in steps to see if we could get close to 100 pounds without the brake branching in a very static, meaning no motion, just put the weight, wait a few seconds, add the next weight.
How did you know how to tie or fasten the USB cord to the branch?
I didn't fasten the cord to the branch. I fastened the cable, one end of the cable. So this load cell records weight by pulling on it. It's a tension. So if you pull it, it can measure how much I'm pulling on it right now. So we looped the USB cable through one end of it, and it had 2 wires coming up over top of the branch, and then came down to the basket. On the first static test, it came back to this, and then we had a separate USB cable going to the basket. We used 2 cables, I believe, on the first test. So it wasn't tied directly to the tree. They were more tied to the load cell. There were 2 marks in the tree branch that we were able to see that we made sure the 2 cables from the USB were sitting in those same 2 marks that were already in the branch. So that's how it was set to the tree. They were in the grooves that were in the branch.
And in the last full paragraph of your report, you talk about the discrete intervals of adding the weights. Tell the jurors what those numbers mean at the end there with respect to the static test.
Honestly, before we went to the scene, we walked around our lab to find weights that we could throw into the basket. And so we have, over the years of doing different tests, we have different weights of different masses, and we found ones that were 33, 15. And I apologize, as I look at this, I know there was a 2-pound weight as well. So we got up to around 96 pounds of total static weights. We put 5 different segments of weight in before the basket slipped to the ground.
And each time you added a weight to the basket, was that captured on film?
It was. We had the camera, I forget if it was our Sony camera, it's probably stated in here, running the entire time in regular motion, regular speed, recording the weights. The camera just ran constantly, and we just kept adding weights to it.
I want to walk through each video, each time the weights were added, and we can talk about them, and then I'll ask you if they're fair and accurate copies. We'll play the first one that we've marked as... We'll do Defendant's Exhibit UU, and we'll mark all 5 as that, Your Honor. And Dr. Bolte, the screen in front of you works as well, too.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Brooke.
So before we play it, tell us what we're seeing here.
So what you're seeing here, and it's a little hard to see because of the branches in the background to see the gray cables, but it's an empty milk crate that is hanging from one USB cable that's tied to all 4 corners. There are no weights in the basket this time. Going up to the load cell that's in the middle there, and then again the USB cable going up and over the tree. And as I look at this video, I apologize, there was a knot around the tree at this time. It was a knot that was below the tree with the 2 wires on top, but as we place the weights, you'll see the knot slipped up against the tree, thus my forgetting at the beginning that initially the knot was not on the tree.
You can mark your screen too, but tell us you have something in front of you, and I circled something there on the scene. If you can see it, what is that?
This what you just circled is this load cell that's hanging in there. There was a turnbuckle hook on each end in addition to what I have here today. I did not bring those, so there was hooks that we could run the wires to, but this is what's in the middle of the red there, this interface tension load cell.
And what this appears to be something in your hands there.
That is the first weight that we placed in the basket. This is a 33-pound piece of material that we had in the lab from past testing.
Let's go ahead. Came in for the second weight. That first weight was 33 pounds.
Correct.
Let's go to the next video, please. Was there a certain amount of time that you waited between adding weights?
It was a judgment weight. We just paused for a second to see if the branch was going to be stable. As you saw when I had the first weight, I didn't know how the weight would fall in the basket and what would happen. But then the knot that was just kind of between the branch and the load cell, as I mentioned, it slid up and tightened, and that's why the basket dropped so much, and that caught us off guard. So then we kind of waited each time to see if there'd be a little more slippage as that knot continued to tighten and tighten. So it was more just a judgment call to say, okay, the system is balanced, the basket's not going to fall, the tree branches are going to break, let's add the next weight.
Let's go to the next one. As part of the static test, are you also measuring the deflection of the branch?
Yes, so we didn't measure the deflection in between each weight. We had the original height, and then once we were done with all the weight that we added to the basket, we were able to pause the film, and we calculated about, I think it's almost 3 inches, 2.96 inches, that the branch deflected down from the static test.
And is that 2.96 inches, page 4 of 6 in your report? Or no, sorry.
It is 2.98 inches, excuse me. It's written on page 3, and the data, the plot that shows it is on page 4, figure 3.
And I will toggle back to that as soon as we're done with the videos. Let's look at the next video. So we're still at the static test here where you're getting nearly 100 pounds?
The last weight that I just added there was roughly around 14 to 15 pounds, and then
There's one more video. We'll play that now.
the last weight is identical, again around 14 to 15 pounds.
Oopsie.
And then in that last image, we seem to see actually the USB slips and the basket falls. And what, if any, effect does even that have on that branch?
It wouldn't have any effect on the branch. It was just a matter of we were afraid if the milk crate was going to break. We thought we were already close to 100 pounds. Right before I put the last weight in, which would have taken, I think, to 110, we were at 96. And I felt that was enough to say that, okay, we can hang the crash test dummy on the branch, and the dummy won't break when we initially hang the dummy. So the static test was, one, to see if we could get close to 100 pounds without it breaking, and then also making sure that when we try to hang the heavy crash test dummy, that it also would support the dummy weight.
So I want to go back to page 3 of 6 of your report, where we talked about the deflection of the branch in the static mass test. You indicated 2.9 inches when 96 pounds was statically suspended. Just explain to us one more time what that visually looks like.
So again, the branch was initially 6 foot 7 inches off the ground. Once the 96 pounds was added, the branch at the location of the USB cable had deflected towards the ground about 3 inches.
And that finding, is that what's calculated on test 1, static max basket, in your report?
Correct. So this is the data that the data acquisition system sends to the computer that this measured the weight. And so on the bottom, you can see it says time in seconds. And so that you can see how often I added a weight. It starts at 0, and on the left is mass in pounds. And so, we started recording. There was nothing in the basket. I should state that obviously, when the wire and the basket are hanging on this picks up a pound and a half, and we're able to zero that off and say, okay, we're going to call this 0 now. And so then when we start the test, it's at 0, and you can see then at approximately 4 or 5 seconds in, I added the first weight, and you can see it hung there at 33 pounds, and then you see the large jump in the data line at about 13 seconds. Can I circle? Oh. Oh. So that's at which time that slip occurred, and you saw the basket drop. That's what that is. That's that jolt from the basket. And then after that, you can see it's stayed at 33. And then about 20 seconds, I added the next 33-pound, and then the smaller 1 to 2 pounds, and then the two that were about 15 pounds. So the entire test lasted 1 minute and 10 seconds.
And the time interval, is what's indicated by that bottom line right there?
Yes, that's the time that each weight was placed.
You mentioned earlier about the knot that slipped. I'm just moving up page 4 of 6. Can you describe what picture B is in so the jurors can see it? How's that?
Thank you. In picture A, you can see what we attempted to do at first. So you can see in the bottom of the picture this load cell, and you can see the little turnbuckle that was added with the hook. We ran the one USB cable up, and as I stated, there were 2 indentations on the branch, and so I ran the USB cable through those 2 indentations, and then tried to put a knot below that, and just had the rest of the wire off. So that picture was taken when the basket was hanging there empty, and then as we added weights, my knot slid up against the tree, and that's when it became against the tree. So I obviously did not tie a correct knot to begin with.
And when you talk about the knot, will you circle the knot for the jurors, or how you originally tied it and then how it slipped afterwards?
I think it's just a quick through and pulled once, a very simplistic knot. And so obviously when the mask got added, all the USB cable was able to slide through it and pull that knot up to the branch.
Let's now turn to, after the static mass test, did you do a second test on the branch?
We did, and we called that the dynamic test. It was also trying to be maybe perhaps a realistic scientific test. And we started by just hanging that 5th small female crash test dummy to make sure the branch suspended the dummy. And then we tried to lift the dummy about 6 inches and give it a little bit of a dynamic event so that there was some energy from gravity pulling on the dummy back down.
Did the crash test dummy have its legs on it, anatomically speaking?
When we first got to the scene, yes, it had its legs. When we realized with the height of the branch and with the load cell and trying to get everything to fit, we had to take the legs close to the knees off. A female, any crash test dummy, a frontal crash test dummy, has a fixed pelvis because they're seated in the vehicle usually, and so that pelvis is at about 90 degrees. And then the legs come out, and then you have knees that come down, and obviously ankle and feet. Unfortunately, dummies are built to survive crash tests of vehicles, and so they don't move like we do. They're very stiff. They're hard to maneuver. And so once we had the dummy in place, we realized the legs, as they came off the knees and down, would be resting on the ground. So we took mid-shaft femur just above the knees off. I think the report says knees. It's very close. And then once we hung the dummy without the knees, we then put the knees in the lap of the dummy and just held them there with, I believe it was tape, just to make sure we had all the mass of the dummy there. It looks funny, though, because the legs were not attached. No, they were just sitting in the lap.
And this test, like the static mass, was this captured on camera?
It was. We ran video for all the events. In this event, it's critical because there's motion and that tree limb's really going to bow down, perhaps break. We didn't know when we ran the test. We wanted to have the camera rolling so that we can go back and analyze the film and try to see exactly at what point, if it failed, what point it failed, or how much it deflected.
And before we play the video, tell the jurors what we see here.
So we actually ran a video while I was attempting to suspend the dummy in a manner that we felt was similar to how the remains were discovered.
And for the dynamic test, was the USB cord placed in the same or similar spot or different?
For this case, or this test, excuse me.
Is it me or is it a very, very thin branch? And
Yeah, it is.
and it looks like it's a branch on a branch, so that would be very bouncy. What am I? Soft, manipulative.
Yeah, it would. I would think it would make it more, like
Yeah,
bouncy is a good word, I guess.
yeah, because it didn't look like it was an old sturdy tree. It looks like it was a branch offshoot from another branch, which would make it kind of new and kind of springy. Springy is probably the best word. I just didn't notice that in the pictures before.
Excuse me, we used one USB cable and we tried to simulate what I knew of how things were found. And so I'm staring and kind of pulling down the limb slightly there to ensure that the two cables are running through those same indentations when we set up this test.
And any information that you had at that point in November as to the remains or even the branch, where did that information come from?
Detective Grubbs brought with him one picture that showed the USB cable kind of coming off the back and how one end was hanging down. I asked because I really wanted to try to mimic exactly how the remains were discovered to make sure the test was realistic as possible.
Playing what's the 6th video in Defendant's Exhibit U, Your Honor? Maybe we could pause there. Tell us what you're doing right there with the USB cord.
So in this case, we used one, what we purchased, gray 10-foot USB cable. Once we got out of the package and measured it on the scene, we discovered that a 10-foot USB cable is actually, I think, 126, almost 127 inches. It's actually longer than 10 feet. And so what we did is there was this hook, remember, on this load cell. So we just folded the USB cable in half, hooked it around the hook. So you had 2 wires coming off, ran them through the indentations on the tree, and then there was a hook on the bottom. As we came down, I used the one end of the USB just to latch in that hook, just the normal end, and it hooked. And so there was this loop then, two coming off the top around the tree, one cable coming back to the hook. And so the loop was there, and my son, who assisted on this test, helped me place the ATD then with that loop under the chin, and the second end actually then freely hung down. So the entire setup was only hooked with one end of the USB cable. So at this point, I'm trying to make sure the one end is hooked and that the dummy would actually hang before we unhook the other end to mimic the one picture.
Let's watch the rest. If we could pause it right there. What you were just doing at the branch there, why were you doing that?
I was trying to ensure that the USB wires were sitting in the indentation.
At this point in time, there's 2 videos. At this point in time, without the legs, do you know how much the cross?
I do not know the exact number, no.
Okay. And then at some point, did you add the legs to the dummy?
Yeah, if you can go
Yes.
back to the beginning, you can see that the legs. Oops.
Right there?
So no, the legs are still not on at this point.
Right.
The next video, just bring it up if you would, please. Try to pause. So you can see, and I'll circle it. That is the shoe and the foot of one of the legs. So if you remember the last video, it kind of stopped with the dummy with just the knees. Here, we've now placed the legs across the thighs of that dummy, and they're in the dummy's lap.
And so initially in the last video, the dummy was statically hanging. The dynamic test, before we watch this next video, tell us what you do to create the dynamic, if you will.
Well, in this situation, what you see here is the dummy, again, is around 105 to 108 pounds, and it is sitting, you might have noticed at the end of the last video, probably 6 to 10 inches off the ground. And so my son and I, and my son worked in the IBRC at this time, we tried to just lift the dummy approximately 6 inches to get the dummy in the air. And so this video starts right when we basically have lifted the dummy up and are pulling our hands out to see what would occur.
We'll start from the beginning. Dr. Bolte, is this in regular speed or slow motion?
That's slowed down.
When you dropped the crash test dummy, that was the weight that you indicated, I noticed that you ducked down. What happened as you dropped the dummy?
The dummy just ended up falling. The branch did not fail. The dummy swung down, swung up, so you'll see a little bit of motion as it oscillates until it gets back to zero. Unfortunately, I did not know. I did not want a 105-pound dummy falling on my head, so I ducked.
And showing you what's been marked as page 5 of 6. The results with respect to the dynamic test, are those included in your report?
They are. They're bold kind of this sentence right here is what I thought the most important findings were, given that the branch did not fail. We ran the test twice. In science, we like to run multiple tests just to make sure that we know the correct answer or something close to that. And so we ran it twice. One time we had 6 inches of deflection. One time we had 7 inches total that it deflected before it settled back down. And the difference in those deflections is due to not knowing exactly if my son and I lifted the dummy exactly the same height each time. You know, if we had a mechanism that we could have raised it 6 inches, pulled it out, and dropped it, then you probably would see very similar findings. But you see an inch difference just because of the attempt of trying to lift the dummy and kind of throw it in the air.
And with respect to the findings regarding the deflection of the branch, what is depicted in those two graphs that I just bracketed?
So these are similar to the last figure that we showed. Again, on the bottom is time. And as in what we call the static test, I mentioned it took 1 minute and 10 seconds. You'll see that the time across the bottom is a total of 3 seconds. So this is a much quicker event, even though the video is slowed down. You'll also notice that on the mass, or the weight on this side, you know, I mentioned the dummy weighs around 105 to 110 pounds, and this only reads 90. That's due to the way we had to conduct the test. My son and I had to already kind of have some of that mass in our arms when they hit go on the data recorder, so we don't really know what the zero was, and so you don't get the whole 105 pounds because we were holding some of that mass. And so that's why when it comes out, you see the dummy weighs around 50 pounds. That means my son and I were originally holding about 60 pounds in our arms when we were suspending him, if you will.
I hope the state will ask, is your son a PhD?
As you conducted the dynamic test, though, there's a point when you're not holding any of the weight.
Correct. And so at time 0 is back when we kind of threw the dummy up, you will, and the dummy starts to come down the branch. So the first oscillation, or the first peak, is kind of that initial when the dummy comes all the way down. And then you'll see the oscillations as the dummy and the branch kind of settled out. And so from this point 00 on, we are no longer holding the dummy. It is suspended.
In total, how many tests did you conduct on that same branch that day in November?
So we conducted the static test, which took 1 minute and 10 seconds. We did the first video you showed. I apologize, I forget what exhibit it was called, but the second to last video where I was just putting the USB cable around. We hung the dummy, and then we added the legs. You could call that a test, but we didn't record any data. We were just getting the dummy in position. And then we actually, I think, total ran 3 tests where we did the lift and drop. The one test, the data recorder failed, and we didn't get any data. That's why it's not in the report. So in total, two static tests where the dummy was hanging, and then 3 tests that we added some energy to the dummy.
And of those 5 tests, how did the branch, was the branch able to sustain those 5 tests?
The branch did not fail, so I would say sustain the 5 tests.
In addition to the graphs that we've talked about in your report, did you also include some photographs of the testing in your report as well?
There are photographs depicting the slipping knot and depicting how page 3, figure 2.
Showing you page 3 of 6?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what we see here in these 3 pictures.
So this is trying to show how we match the one photo that Detective Grubbs brought to the scene. And here in the middle, and I apologize, I'm not very good at this, but there you can see the end of the USB cable just sitting in the hook. And the tension of the dummy hanging off of there was able to keep that USB cable in the hook. And as I mentioned, you can see it up here a little bit. You can see the 2 cables coming up off the load cell going around the tree. The one comes in, gets hooked in the hook, and you can see then the other one that was hanging down over the shoulder, which was similar to the picture that I was shown.
A couple questions about these. How is the USB cord around the head of the crash test dummy?
This is a point that's I'm not sure if you've ever seen a crash test dummy before today, but they don't look exactly like us. The neck is metal and rubber, and there's no skin around the neck. So you see the simple, you can kind of see right here the metal going up into the head, and then there's rubber metal. So there's no skin.
Yes, because they were matching the cable to the 2 2 marks that's on the branch. So they put them in the same grooves that the USB cable had made to begin with.
So when you come down on the mandible, you do not have the skin that kind of attaches your mandible down to your neck. And so it actually gave us an advantage because we could slide the cable up along that metal rubber neck, and it actually hooked. A real person, it would have been much more difficult because of the skin. But on the crash test dummy, it was able to hang based on how it's built.
And you testified about images that you had seen with one of the cords hanging down. Is that also depicted in image 1 and 3?
It is to the best of our ability and my memory of that picture.
In image 3, it seems to be a little more clear than the video, but tell us.
He was first contacted by the state if he had any knowledge about this, and then the defense called him as an expert.
Do you see the foot or the legs of the dummy in that image?
Yeah, so here is the knee of where it was taken off of the one side, and the foot for that one would be over to the dummy's right, and then this is obviously the shoe or the foot on the other leg, and the knee for that one would be over, almost as if the dummy was sitting cross-legged, but with the knees disconnected.
How long would you say you were overall at that scene in November of 2020? I believe it was the 11th.
I would say, I don't recall exactly, but I would say approximately an hour.
And I think I asked you who was with you on November 8th when you first went to the scene. I didn't ask you, though, who was with you other than your son on November 11th.
So November 6th was the first time to clarify.
Welcher was dressed up in a pair of tights, a tank top, and shorts that fitted a 105-pound woman. That's the only way you can make a reconstruction, is wearing the same clothes that, and he kept it. Apparently, he was really, really happy that he finally got some female clothes. He's been waiting for that for a long time. Yeah, he doesn't need any. Well, didn't he buy 5 pair of undies that was the same as John O'Keefe's? Teresa Strong, have you ever tried to swing from a grapevine? Could easily support a 105-pound woman. I'm not saying I don't believe that it could. It's just, if it had been a branch kind of like on a tree, I would have had an easier time saying, okay, that's how it happened. But this kind of looked like it was a stump that grew out of maybe an old tree over here, and then a branch of that branch. So that's why I said this would have a lot of give to it.
Yeah. I mean, the smaller branches like that are bouncy, but
They're
they
sturdy.
do not break easy.
No, because they are filled with sap, so they're really, really strong. So because it's new wood. And I'm not saying Jamie's favorite wood is new wood.
On November 11th, it was Detective Grubbs and Alloway again, and then myself, Dr. Yoon Siak Heng, who was there on the 6th, and then the third person was my son.
Your findings and conclusions with respect to those tests that you administered on November 11th, 2020, are those all in the report marked Defendant's Exhibit UU?
They are.
Fair and accurate copy of your report?
It is.
And the findings in your report, those are made to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
They are.
Just a few more questions about the report itself. After November 11th, who did you send the report to?
I sent the report in January 2021, January 31st, to Detective Grubbs.
And at any point after the report was sent, when was the next time that an individual from this case made contact with you, either by phone or email or any kind of communication?
Objection if it's to a statement. If it's to just a time or a yes or no, no objection, but I just want to make sure it's not being a hearsay statement. Thank you.
Just the time. When did you next hear from someone affiliated, associated with this case?
I do not recall the exact date as I stated earlier, but it was an email that I received from you.
And at some point, did you and I meet at your office?
We did.
And was that just a general time frame? I won't ask the exact date.
The prosecution didn't want to use him.
Yeah.
The week following your email, we met in my office for an hour, and we went through my report.
The videos that we watched today, the first 5 and the last one, how did you send those videos to me? Did you give them to me?
When you visited my office for that meeting, I gave you the photos and the videos in my report, my CV on USB stick.
Your time today, with respect to your hourly rate, what is your hourly rate?
My hourly rate is $300 an hour.
Prior to me contacting you, as you testified to, has you done any work for the defense at all in this case?
I have not.
And when you conducted the tests and wrote this report, was this before or after you and I even meeting?
This was before we met.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Representing the state, and just have a few questions. Do you know Dr. Agnew?
I do know Dr. Agnew.
Okay. I told her I'd be nice to you today, so bear with me. I'll do my best. Have you ever done a test like this before?
No, we have not done a test like this.
Okay, so the videos, the report, this was kind of a first time trying this type of test. Is that fair?
That is a fair statement, yes.
Okay. First time you've worked with a tree like this, I think you testified to?
That is correct.
Okay. You're not a crime scene recreationist or anything of that nature, correct?
I'm not. I'm a biomechanical engineer.
Okay. And your goal in performing this test was to determine whether the tree branch could hold somewhere around 100 pounds, correct?
Correct.
And that was the only goal of this test?
That was the only goal, was to see if the branch could suspend the mast without breaking or failing.
Okay. And we saw that in the videos and some of the pictures that we've walked through so far?
Correct.
Okay. Can you stand for me, sir?
Mm-hmm.
You said how tall are you?
I'm about 6'6", if I stand the way Mom said I should.
Okay. How tall did you say the branch was when you went out there and did your initial testing?
6'9".
We measured it to be 6'7".
Okay. You can have a seat. Thank you very much. A little taller than me, but that's fine. Got an extra couple inches on the ramp there, but just for the record. Again, let's talk about, you did two different tests. You did a static mass test, one, and then a dynamic ATD test, two, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's first talk about the static mass test, the first test you did, all right?
Mm-hmm.
And actually, before I get there, you talked about the two cords you used. You used two 10-foot cords, correct?
On the static test, we used two 10-foot cords, correct.
Okay, and those were just USB cords?
USB standard cords, yes.
Okay, so USB on both ends?
Sorry, no. USB on one end, USB printer cable to be exact. So it was a printer end on one end, USB on the other.
And other than the two ends of the cord, do you recall anything else being in between those two ends other than just the USB cord?
Just the cable itself.
Okay. So if there are pictures of the actual cord used in this case that suggest it was a different type of cord, you wouldn't have any knowledge of that, correct?
I based what I purchased off the numbers Detective Grubbs gave me and the one picture that I was shown. So I tried to match color and as best I could.
Sure. Now, when it comes to the static mass test, again, you did that test involving two separate 10-foot cords, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever perform that test with one 20-foot cord?
No.
So you're not able to render an opinion if there would be any differences to your test based on one 20-foot longer cord versus two separate 10-foot cords, correct?
Correct.
Now, I'm going to show you what's been previously labeled Defense Exhibit VV. I'm going to zoom out first.
I have never had a good meal at KFC. Maybe it's because the Danish franchisees are just really shitty. I think I tried it 3 different times, and it's just cooked to death chicken. And when I went to Zaxby's and Filet Chick in America, it was nice and it was moist and it was nice to eat. And in Denmark, it's so bad. We only have KFC. We don't have a Filet Chick or Zaxby's, but it's a horrible brand in Denmark.
That's unfortunate.
But we'll talk about. I'll zoom in for
CNC
a
is
couple questions
great.
here.
I like it.
Was this picture
in
taken
Denmark, it's
before
horrible.
you started adding weight to the basket?
Correct.
Yeah, it's kind of like Sue. It's horrid at her. I tried to get those chicken popcorns for the kids. They were small the first time we went to KFC, and it was it's just like dough. It wasn't nothing. There was nothing in it. It was, ugh.
Yeah, it's definitely different I've had different locations that are not as good as others. So yeah.
Yeah, it's just sad because I wanted to try it. I like fast food, but and then again, when you are a little afraid of poultry, you're like, oh, should I try it? And then just get a shitty product. And then Filet Chick and Zaxby's is great. KFC is good in Amsterdam and Spain. Don't get it at the KFC at Rådhuspladsen in Copenhagen. That's horrible.
And there's a red circle in the middle of this picture. I'll zoom in a little bit. Can you identify what we're looking at there?
That is this interface load cell that's shown here.
And can you hold that up for the jury, please? You mentioned that there are hooks that go into the top and bottom, I believe.
Don't like gravy.
So this load cell obviously has, I should know the mechanical term, but screws in a slot that you can hook other devices in. And so in the picture, you can see two turnbuckles with, it's better below the red. Right here, you can see the turnbuckle coming down and then just has a hook, basic hook.
And that's made mostly out of metal?
It's all metal, yes.
Okay.
like
So
it.
I'm looking at this picture for your first test. Is it fair to say this top portion here is a 10-foot cord?
It is, but you can see the tails coming off to the left side of the picture as I look at it. This cable coming in here is this cable that goes to the load cell, but here you can see some of the extra USB cable that we did not use going off to the side.
And then the bottom portion here would be the other 10-foot.
There's no KFC locations in Norway. It's decades ago since they removed themselves from Norway.
Cord that you described?
Correct, and we use all of that because it goes down to the middle, another attempt at a knot, and then to the four corners of the basket, trying to figure out, or at least the handles towards the corners to figure out how to suspend that mast.
And every KFC store in Denmark has closed. There's one in Copenhagen, one in Aarhus, and both of them are closed. So yeah, it's not a great product here, but we don't eat fried chicken a lot. It's not a well. You would go to. I've talked about these sausage wagons, as we call them, or grill bars, and normally you'll get like half a chicken and then French fries with that, and then some cucumber salad. Oh, that's good. Oh, Jamie, you should try that. That's good. That's what you
Cucumber
get.
salad.
It's just sliced cucumbers in a kind of a brine. It's good. You should try it, Jamie. You would
Yeah.
like it. It doesn't taste
No.
like it's healthy, so you should do it.
No, it's texture for me. I don't like cucumbers.
Yeah, we know. Well, we call them pølsevogn. Pølse is sausage. Vogn is wagon, so it's a sausage wagon. And then we have grill bars, which is just what we call. It's kind of where you can get like French fries and a burger and stuff like that, but we call it a bar because you don't. There's no seating in there. You'll just walk in, get your food, and go home. You can get fried chicken burgers at Burger King, etc. Here, yeah. Rotisserie chicken. Half a rotisserie chicken is what we would order if we order fried chicken.
In this initial test, you described a knot. Where does the knot begin before you start loading weight?
The knot is actually, if you can see it, is right there where those other cables are coming out. So I would estimate it's about 2 inches below the bottom of the branch there.
And that was a knot that was put there so that the cord would hang up on the branch there and not move, correct?
It was so that it would stay and not slip all the way off, correct?
Okay, so again, you have no knowledge whether there was a knot in a similar or same place in our facts and circumstances, correct? Being the case.
Correct.
Okay. Now, we watched a little bit of the video, and at some point, it's fair to say that knot slips up to the tree branch, right?
Correct.
It's funny. The Undertaker, the wrestler, he's afraid of cucumbers.
Afraid of them?
Yeah. If you put a cucumber in his bag or something like that, he'll go crazy. It's like putting a snake in my bag.
Okay,
That's,
that's odd. I just think they taste like nothing, and I just don't like it.
It's very popular with like you'll make small staves of it, and then you'll have it with hummus and stuff like that for a little aperitif. Cats are afraid of cucumbers. What?
There's like, I've never seen, I don't actually, I've never bought one to try to get my cat, but there's always videos online that cats are afraid of cucumbers. I don't know.
It almost takes you out along with it. How much weight was in the basket, or how much weight did you put in the basket before that knot slipped?
It slipped at the very first weight, the 33 pounds.
Okay, so 33 pounds of weight caused the knot up top there to slip at least what looks like at least 6 inches up to the top of the tree.
It slipped up. I don't know the length, but yes, it slipped up, adding weight.
Okay. And again, looking at the dynamic test, there appears to be another knot right there at the top of the basket.
Correct.
And how is the basket being held by that apparatus, we'll call it?
So as you can see on the front of the basket here, you can see a handle. There's also a handles, the same cutouts on the sides, and we just tried to route them through there and up. And to make it more difficult on ourselves, the wire actually runs through, and the wire is actually running across in the middle in here as well. Again, my degree is not in hanging a milk carton, and so it was just trying to figure out a way to suspend this and then add mass to it.
And during this test, again, we're just testing to see if the branch would hold the weight.
Correct.
So it's free hanging as opposed to being on the ground at some point.
Correct.
Except for the part where the tree branch goes down a little bit and then the whole thing kind of collapses.
Yeah, and it's because the cables slipped, the knots continue to slip, and so it ends up on the ground before we add the last weight. Correct.
Okay, so the knot continued to slip as you added just about 100 pounds of weight?
Correct.
Okay. Now, let's move then to the dynamic ATD test. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what's ATD stand for?
Anthropomorphic test device.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you what that means, but we'll call it the dynamic test, all right?
Or crash test dummy.
Okay. Now, again, let me ask you this. Did you use the same two 10-foot cords, or did you use something different when trying to test it dynamically?
In this case, we used one of those same 10-foot cables.
Remember the lady who ate mattresses or something like that, or duvets or something? I remember one. I think Mo showed it. That was insane.
Okay. So again, not one 20-foot cable, but now one 10-foot
It's
cable?
one 10-foot cable, correct.
Okay. So if there's evidence in this case that there's a 20-foot cable, that would be different than the test you performed?
I only know what I did with the 10-foot cable.
That's fair. Thank you. How about, I guess in a similar way to the static test, were there any knots in the cable as you were trying to try to do your dynamic test?
There were not any knots in the cable when we did the dynamic test. I wish I had more of this read that maybe I can show. Basically, this had a hook on the top, and we just doubled the USB cable over and then hooked this. I apologize, it's so tiny, but hooked that through the hook and then ran the two wires up and around, and then the one end hooked back in, as you see, correct, right here. So there were no knots in the test with the crash test dummy.
Okay. And I like where you just circled there. That's a metal hook?
That is a metal hook holding the plastic aspect of the end of the USB cable.
Okay. You'd agree with me that's not a plastic cylinder or tiny plastic cylinder?
On which part?
This part here, the hook part.
No, that's a metal hook.
Okay. And you would agree with me that this is a USB sort of end?
Yeah, I cannot tell from the picture. I don't remember if that's the printer end or the regular USB
That's the printer end because you can see it's sloped.
end, but that is one of the ends.
Okay. And again, even when doing this dynamic test, you're not trying to recreate the scene after looking at that one picture, correct?
We were trying to suspend the dummy in a similar fashion to the one picture that I was given.
And you'd agree with me that based on the one picture you saw, the person wasn't being suspended, correct?
The view of the picture, I could not tell that.
Okay. So again, you're just trying to determine whether even this dynamic test, the tree would hold 100 pounds.
Correct.
Ooh.
Just one moment. You obviously you used a crash test dummy that you talked about on direct, correct?
Correct.
You didn't have anybody willing to be a human experiment in this case, right?
Correct.
And you described this crash test dummy and the neck. Can you describe that again for me?
Yeah, so the dummy has underneath that rubber type skin, and you can see here there's the back of the, I guess you would call it the skull, is the skull cap. You can pop that off to put instrumentation in the head. So beneath the rubber is a metal skull that is a certain mass to match anthropometry of occupants and vehicles. And then that attaches, a metal interface in the bottom of the skull attaches to the top of the neck. And as I mentioned, the neck is basically a layer of metal, a layer of rubber, metal, rubber that allows for a little bit of flexion and extension If you can imagine you're in a forward-facing car crash, your head will come down and come back up. So this dummy's neck allows for front to back. But what happens is, as you can see, I apologize, there's going to be a lot of lines on this, but right in here, you can see that wire pulling up on the edge of the rubber that's covering the head. That's not realistic in a human, and that interaction is going to be slightly different in a human than it would be in this crash system.
Including if a human was alive and tried to move while this was happening, correct? The dummy's not moving in any way unless you're actually implementing it or doing something to make it move, correct?
I will say that the dummy's not going to move. I don't have knowledge of the human aspect of that.
Okay, that's fair. You would agree with me that the crash test dummy's head kind of makes a angle there that I guess you described allows that to sort of hook under?
Correct. The head and the neck angle is specific as if the typical angle of when you're sitting in your vehicle for your eyes to be forward with your seat at 20 degrees. So.
Okay. I think you testified to this, but you'd agree with me that's not realistic to a normal human being when you're trying to run like this type of test.
I've never ran this test on a human, so I probably cannot answer that.
Okay. You'd agree with me, though, just in looking at that angle, you looking at me looking at you, that's not something that looks like a normal person, correct?
I will say the lack of skin going from the mandible down to the neck would change that interaction.
Okay. And so the connection there would be a cord up against metal as opposed to a cord up against skin.
Skin, soft tissue, correct.
Okay. If I may, just one moment, Your Honor.
No. Tell the jurors why you used a 10-foot USB cord, if you could.
I believe, I'm trying to recall, either in an email or a conversation perhaps on November 6th that I was told by someone a 10-foot cable, but I cannot tell you who that was because I know I specifically was searching for a 10-foot cable.
And while you don't know the name of the person, do you know, like, for whom they worked?
Objection. Witness doesn't remember who he talked to, so
Well,
I was who he works for.
He doesn't know the name of the person, but he may know, and we don't know what the answer, but he may know who the person if he doesn't know where they were. If you can answer.
It would have been from when I was meeting with the detectives.
Just one other question about, you were asked if this was the first time that you had run this particular test. Does the fact that it's the first time that you've run this test impact your findings at all?
The fact that we've never ran this test does not impact the science and the outcome. The results are measured, they're real outcomes. No, it wouldn't change that.
Thank you. Nothing further.
And so when you say the science of the outcome, you're talking about just that tree branch can hold roughly 100 pounds without failing?
That specific test that we ran, those results are solid for that test, which was to see if the branch could suspend the weight.
Certainly not anything specific to the facts and circumstances of this case, just the weight itself in the tree branch?
Correct.
Any questions?
Jury questions. Yeah, this is the experts hired by the state that they didn't choose to call because it wasn't good for you.
Yeah, because they didn't get the result they wanted.
The first question is, for the dynamic test with the crash dummy, to get the correct force or weight measurement, should the force or weight value be multiplied by 2 due to only measuring force only on one side of the USB?
It's a good question. That load cell measures the amount of force that's going between the wires, and so it does not have to be multiplied by 2, I do not believe. It is fine the way it is. So.
When the knot slipped during the static test, the USB cord above the tree slipped closer together. Would this have an impact on the branch deflection?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure, absolutely. When the knot slipped during the static test, the USB cord above the tree appeared to slip closer together. Would this have an impact on the branch deflection?
They are really observant and good jurors.
They really are. Those are very,
Very
like,
specific.
intelligent questions. Like, I wouldn't even think of anything like that.
No, and I didn't notice that it slipped when it broke. That's really good, really good.
So I believe the question is the two wires came closer together than were touching on the tree. So we measured the motion of the tree, and so we had the initial level of the tree from the camera without any weight, and then we calculate the total deflection after all the weight was added. We didn't calculate the deflection of each part. So the deflection of the tree branch would not have been altered by that motion of those two cables coming together.
Do you know how much weight would have been supported by the USB cord and branch given the remains were found kneeling on the ground?
No, well, repeat that one more time. I apologize.
No. As many times as you want me to repeat the question. You got it. Do you know how much weight would have been supported by the USB cord and the branch given that the remains were discovered in a kneeling position on the ground?
No, I do not know enough data to be able to calculate that out. And we had a limit of only being able to know what load we added to the tree during our test, so I cannot answer that question.
Would body movement possibly add more weight or pull on the branch?
So body weight, body movement, motion could cause a difference in kinetic energy, perhaps, but mass overall would not have changed, so I don't think it would have changed whether the tree would have failed or not or deflected much more. Because the force, mass times acceleration would be same with the core because the acceleration is just gravity pulling down, so I do not believe that's the case.
Final question. In your experience, would a shorter cable have more or less strength than a longer cable?
I have not tested cables for strength of length, so I cannot answer that question.
Consistent with hanging milk cartons.
Yes.
All right, fair enough. Questions from the, I'm sorry, from the defense?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, from the state?
No additional, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You are excused. Thank you. How does this defense wish to proceed?
Your Honor, at this point, the defense rests subject to what I put on the record earlier.
Matters for the court and counsel to be to court.
So now they are gonna do all the stuff.
Argument
Blah,
to
blah,
you.
blah.
And likewise, because the state has the burden of proof, the law of Ohio permits the state to provide what's known as a rebuttal closing argument. I want you to listen carefully to what all counsel say. Utilize it as you feel appropriate.
He does
but
sound
again,
like Alan Alda.
As you well know, I caution you that closing arguments, as opening statements, are not evidence, and you may not use what is said in closing argument by itself, unless connected to a fact found by you to have been presented during this trial in the course of your deliberations. This time, please give your attention.
If it wasn't because I would go into the woods and play with this USB cord, he sounded like a judge who gave a good jury instruction. I like that part about you cannot use the closing argument on its own as an argument. You need facts combined with it, because I think that slips up for a lot of people. They think opening and closings are part of the case, even though they have been told that they're not. You have to find some basis in the facts.
Well, yeah, because each side gets to interpret their theory of the case, and it's not necessarily what you see in the evidence.
Exactly, and but that he put emphasis on it. I like that part.
Yeah.
Did the judge
More
never
people should
address
do
that
that.
idiot at the state table? Yes, he did. He said, if you don't want to be here, you can just leave, and he left.
Yeah.
To
Just
counsel for the state.
Ladies and gentlemen, my colleague started this trial all the way back with the opening statement, talking about a book and skipping to the end and looking at things. I'd like to talk about something a little different.
2
I'd
hours.
like to talk to you about a movie. There's a movie called The Usual Suspects. Came out in the mid-'90s, where Kevin Spacey is the main character, and the point of the story is he's narrating or discussing events while he's sitting in a police station. Now, spoiler alert on this 30-year-old movie is that at the end of the day, it turns out that Kevin Spacey's character was the main criminal mastermind the entire time. It only becomes clear as he walks out of the police station at the end of the movie that the detective then looks and realizes that Kevin Spacey was weaving together a story based on a word that was on the bottom of a coffee cup and some things that were posted on a bulletin board. Only at the very end of the movie then do you see the revelation. And then you can go back and look at the things that happened early on. And so
Hot take incoming. Usual Suspects is a bad movie. I wouldn't call it a bad movie. I would call it an okay movie. It's not one of those where I know a lot of people think it's so great because it's the back and forth. I can watch it, but it's not. If I skip through my Prime app and see it, I'm not like, oh, I need to watch that again. And to this
He's
day,
break-
I still haven't seen Reservoir Dogs.
Oh my God, Baker, even I've seen that. And I don't see anything.
This is
He's comparing this defendant to a criminal mastermind.
yeah, to Verbal Clint. This is how Danny speaks to Shaq. That's not nice, Danny.
Hmm. They have a good relationship. They'll be fine.
Yeah. Well, this closing is disrespectful to these smart jurors. I think you're correct. They should know by now. They have some very smart people on the jury. They should know not to bullshit a bullshitter. Guys are so say. Because they have been very attentive to everything that's going on in the trial. So doing this, I talk about a movie, I talk about a book. It's a little demeaning. I don't like it when they do this. And yeah, it's going to be Buckley and Jamie, more than 2 hours of closing arguments.
Suddenly, it all starts to make sense. And you see how those pieces fit together that you missed the first time. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in presenting a criminal case, we, as a state, have a burden of proof, and we have to call witnesses to bring to you the evidence in the case. Each witness brings their own piece or pieces of the puzzle. Now, you'd be forgiven for the first week of this case, wondering what was going on. These witnesses seemingly coming in and just throwing random pieces of a puzzle onto a table. What's it leading to? What's the point? I submit to you that when you get to the end, it all starts to make sense. And so what's the first thing you have to do when you're putting together a puzzle? You've got to put together the border. You've got to understand what you're working with. What are you looking at? Ladies and gentlemen, there's only two possible borders here to this puzzle. One,
No, go back and watch it. They came back while the judge was reading his motion.
is Emily Noble committed suicide. The other is Emily Noble died of a homicide. Let's talk about that. Emily Noble died of multiple injuries to her face and neck. That's uncontroverted testimony. Nothing to dispute the cause of death. This isn't a situation where she walked into the woods, had a heart attack, and fell into a cable that happened to be strung up from a tree branch. She's dead because of the injuries she sustained to her neck. And there's no accidental explanation for how they occurred. So there's two options, and only two options. She sustained those injuries to her neck because of suicide, or she sustained those injuries to her neck because of homicide. That's it, period. Those are the two choices. Now, the state of Ohio has a burden of proof. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. And we don't shy away from that burden. And the judge has instructed you, and it's absolutely correct. Just because the defense put on some evidence, and just because they raised this argument of suicide, doesn't shift the burden to them in any way. It's our job to disprove suicide beyond a reasonable doubt. But when you listen to their arguments, when you listen to the testimony they did present, you have to ask yourself, was it reasonable? Does it make any sense in light of the other testimony? Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that the evidence is clear, and that it proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Emily Noble did not die of suicide. And let's talk about how you know that. First of all, there's no note. No communication of any kind with anyone. Hey, I'm really struggling. Hey, I'm having bad days. Hey, I just don't know if I can go on anymore. No goodbyes to loved ones. No explanation. Nothing. Nothing whatsoever. You'll have search history on her phone for 6 months, roughly. What's on there? Not a single thing about suicide. Nothing. It's about plants and weeds
So?
and foraging.
Do you have to Google everything
Well,
you're
wait a
going to
second.
do in life?
There is that T-shirt with a quote on it about going into the woods. That's it? That's the evidence of suicide? That she was thinking of suicide, that she looked at a T-shirt with a quote about the woods sometime in February? That's ridiculous. Nothing on that phone whatsoever to suggest that she's suicidal.
And
Who
nothing
else tells you
suggests that they were
Her
having.
friends. Now, guess what? The only person who could come in and talk about how she
You
was doing
can
the
feel
entire
that
time
way and
is dead.
never say
And we
anything
know
to
that
anybody about
she
it.
can't come talk to you about everything, so we have to bring in people that know snapshots, pieces, that see her at various times throughout the years. And what they all tell you. Did any one of them come in and tell you that they had concerns that she was suicidal? Concerns that she was going to harm herself? No.
Yes, her sister.
Her sister
Sorry.
said every time I talked to her, I said, "Don't do it."
I didn't mean to yell. I got mad.
I wish he talked a little bit slower so we could play it faster.
And you know who else tells you that? You know who else tells you that? The defendant. You know when he tells you? The 911 call. He calls right away and he's talking to the dispatcher and they say, did you guys have an argument? No. Well, no. Oh, was she depressed? No. He tells the dispatcher right away when he calls law enforcement that his wife was not depressed. When Officer Hollis responds to the scene, he tells him that she was the squarest, straightest person he knows. Now, later on when he's talking about it, he's asked, well, she's an emotional person, but no more than any other woman. Even the defendant doesn't bring forth right away talking about her being depressed or being suicidal. Nothing.
Maybe he
Nothing.
didn't want to believe it.
Now, Emily Noble had been through a lot of trauma. No dispute about that. Awful, awful things. Starting from friends dying of AIDS in the 90s, her first husband killing himself, her dad slipping and falling and hitting his head and never recovering, her mom dying in a car wreck less than a year later. Terrible things. But what do you hear about that? That each time Emily Noble overcame that tragedy, overcame that trauma, and continued on to see the joy in life and the bright things in the world. She got through it every single time, until she married that man. And now suddenly she doesn't survive the trauma.
Oh my God, stop. Until she married that man.
She had the
kidding me?
big sad all the time and never did anything. And now, because of him, she got the big sad and died from it. No, she lost an extreme amount of people in her life in a very short time. Maybe that's worse than being married to this guy who drinks vodka straight out the bottle.
And they got together, and then his son did that. Maybe that was the last straw and had nothing to do with him.
Maybe her mother driving into a truck 4 days after her dad died could just maybe push something over the edge. Jamie.
This is the most pathetic thing ever.
Who was the first witness you heard from?
Yeah.
Amy Thomas, Emily's sister. And she told you about their relationship, about they've been around. And she told you that Emily had seen what happens to the people who are left behind when someone commits suicide. You know that. Her first husband committed suicide. Her stepson committed suicide. She knows what happens.
Yeah.
And she had conversations on multiple occasions with Amy where she promised that she would never harm herself, that she would never commit suicide.
I've told you about that young woman I used to train with, whose arms looked really horrible. I bet you every time they found out she had cut herself, she probably promised her mom she would never do it again. Every time anorexic people gets hospitalized, I bet you they promised their mom, I will eat this time. I won't go back. I will keep healthy. Every time an alcoholic gets dry, they will promise, I will never ever touch another drink. Every time a drug addict gets clean, they will never ever do drugs again. Do you know what, brother bullshit? Most people lie.
Yeah. And somebody who might be wanting to harm themselves, do you really truly believe that, somebody's going to be like, oh yeah, I plan on doing that? Just so you know.
Yeah. Oh, it's Wednesday. Sorry, gotta run. It's my day.
Yeah. I'm going to do that on probably the day after my birthday.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Can we reschedule the dentist appointment because I have to go swing in the wood?
Suicide. So what is it that would allegedly lead her to commit suicide in this instance? Well, it's Joey, the stepson she lived with for a little over a year. That's the one she can't overcome? Now, the defendant, in what I would submit to you is one of the biggest understatements I've ever heard, says in his interview, after my son died, there was some tension and stress. She dealt with it differently than I did. Yeah. How did Emily deal with it? Emily took time off work. Emily went to counseling. Emily told the counselor repeatedly that she was concerned for her husband's well-being. Now, you're going to have some records of some of these counseling records presented to you with no context, no testimony, but they contain in there statements that Emily made to her therapist. Look at them. There's not a single mention anywhere in there of suicidal thoughts or suicidal ideation. Not a single one. In fact, what they submit to you show is somebody who was going there, working through the issues, and reported getting better, who went back to work part-time and then says that she's ready to go back to work full-time. They reflect that
Just been
she's
saying that.
trying to eat healthy, that
She
she's
might-
doing yoga,
she might be
that she's
lying,
going out
yeah.
into nature, that she's doing the things that she needs to do to put herself on the right path. And what's the defendant's dealing with it differently? He's unemployed, sitting at home, getting drunk.
She was drunk too.
Just ask yourself for a second.
Yes.
Who told you
Drink too.
that somebody in that house, that one of these two adults, committed suicide? Isn't it more likely to be the defendant? The one whose own son committed suicide?
This is such a bullshit argument.
Oh,
I was deployed
wow.
with 400 guys. We
Wow,
were
wow.
400 people in my camp. We had one guy who broke within 2 weeks. He got really fucking weird. And he stayed there for 6 months, but he couldn't fit in at all. Probably should have been kicked out because being deployed is kind of like being in prison. You know where you have to go, you know when to go there, you don't think on your own. So it's kind of like being in prison. My roommate, whose girlfriend gave him a Dear Joe letter, he got really fucked up. So bad that we took away his weapons. And I stayed for another half year, and if I could, I had signed up for a half year more. I really like being deployed. We all three of us was under the exact same circumstances. People act differently under the same stress. Oh, if you want someone to go shoot themselves, it was him. What's that argument?
And to be frank, like women are a lot more emotional than men. So, maybe it hit her a different way,
Exactly.
way different way.
And maybe because she had years of trauma built into her system, this was the final snap of the branch.
Yeah. To say, well, it should have been him, if anybody.
If anyone
mean-
should have done it, it should have been him. Actually, the German detachment we had down there was very small, and they had a camp separate from themselves. This was Bosnia was the first international mission the Germans had been on since they had their big international missions back in the 40s. And I've been to the German base once. And it was really boring. So, but they only had that one base. So we didn't hang out with them. I did go to the sauna with the Finnish guys and got drunk and rolled around in the snow because that's what you do in Finland. Woot woot. And Vilo will probably beat me because I'll say this wrong, but the Lapling Kulta pills, which is probably something they sell to foreigners, is really good.
Who never saw counseling, who never did anything to address the issues, would sit at home and drink. But instead, they want you to believe that the individual who confronted those issues, who sought therapy, who was doing things to get better, is the one who just couldn't take it.
And just because
That's
you go to
unreasonable.
therapy don't mean you're
It's ridiculous.
fixed.
No. Some people will go to my daughter went to like a business boarding school kind of thing. It's a thing we have in Denmark. I've talked about it a million times. Everyone else but her almost had rich parents, came from good households and all of that. My daughter was the daughter of two former deployed soldiers who divorced when she was 2 years old. She should have been in constant therapy. Everyone in her class had a therapist and had been in therapy for the last 5 years. And my daughter was just, nah, it'll probably be fine. I'll figure it out. Not everyone needs a therapist, and therapy will only help if you want it to help, because you have to recognize your problem. And sometimes I think it's just nice to have someone to talk to. Kind of beer in your standards. I liked it. I liked it a lot. They had the coolest bar of every bar I was in Bosnia, because they put wooded panels everywhere. Cool bar.
You heard repeatedly that Emily was healthy, was working out, was taking walks. She's eating dandelions and weeds and other things, which is apparently healthy for you. Probably better than I've been eating in the last 2 weeks.
That sounds insane.
But
Yeah.
Sorry.
you heard testimony that she said she was in the best shape of her life.
She had
What'd you hear?
osteoporosis.
No, she wasn't.
Celeste said that Emily had a pin taken out of her ankle. That she finally didn't have that pain anymore. You can see on the body cam when they discuss that, the defendant doesn't even really know if his wife has a doctor. Doesn't seem to really know or care where she works or know any of her coworkers or any of that. But Celeste does. And wouldn't you know it? Wouldn't you know it? The forensic anthropologist at Ohio State, Dr. Agnew, looks at those remains and says, there's evidence of previous hardware in the ankle that's no longer there. Emily was in a great place. What about any of this would lead you for a second to think that she was going to commit suicide? She was going to kill herself.
What makes you lead to think it?
And what about
She
the timing?
wouldn't. Like,
Yeah.
What about the timing? May 24th, Emily's birthday. May 25th, the other day that she and her sister Amy are the same age. May 26th, Amy's birthday. You heard testimony that this was a special time for them every year of their lives, from the very beginning when Emily was brought home from the hospital on Amy's birthday. That they would call and talk and have a special conversation, that they're the same age on those days. This wasn't a random day or a random time for Emily Noble. These dates were important to her, meaningful to her. So remember that sister that she promised that she would never commit suicide to? Now Emily, without warning, without speaking to anyone, without a note, goes off and hangs herself during that special time? To do what? Inflict maximum pain on her sister?
not about that.
Why in the world, if she was going to commit suicide, would she do it then? That's a special and happy time for her. Not a time when she would harm herself. Let's talk briefly right now about the defendant's
Well,
version
what's a
of
good
events.
time,
As you
sir?
might imagine, we'll come back to this again
Yeah.
later.
On cheat
What's the
sheet.
defendant say?
What's the best time?
You gotta love the
When
body
is
cam.
it okay?
Gotta love the body cam because it shows you what the defendant's saying, how he's acting, and you can see those interactions inside the house. And I'll tell you what, I want you to go back and watch this. Officer Hollis is inside the house. And he looks in to the master bedroom and he says, "The bed's made." And I submit to you, the defendant, before he even walks around to where he can see, before he even looks in there, he goes, "Oh yeah, I just noticed that. I just noticed that." And then he says, "She must have made the bed." Because remember, his version of events is they come home from uptown, they have sex, they go to bed, he wakes up in the middle of the night, has to go pee, goes out in the other room, right? So his version of events is his wife, Emily Noble, was in that bed sleeping around 1:30 in the morning. But that bed is made. So, oh yeah, she must have made the bed.
Couldn't have gotten up and
So,
made
ladies and
it
gentlemen,
before she
The
left.
person who has repeatedly
She was very, very anal about everything. So she would stack. She would put her shoes the right way. So her making the bed at the first thing in the morning, especially, it's one of those tricks that you learn. Make your bed in the morning, then you have one win in the day. It's one of those coping mechanisms you learn if you are a little bit on the bad side. They will tell you, and I know there's a famous clip of, I think, like a Marine general who says this, but they will tell people who are struggling, just make your bed. Because if you haven't done anything else all day, you did make your bed. So when you go to bed at night, you think, at least I accomplished that the day before. It's a coping mechanism to try and get into a positive mindset. Okay, I made my bed. I can now go on and maybe I won't do anything else today, but I did make my bed. So a lot of people will do that. He did that often, and she was OCD about her home. She was very OCD about her home, yeah. But it's one of those funny factors that everyone when I was having my depression, that was one of the things I was told. Just try to get out of bed all morning, like every morning. Make your bed, even if you're gonna go to the couch and sleep the rest of the day on the couch, because when you go to bed, you will be reminded, I did something today. And it's one of those triggers, kind of like if you forgot why you went into a room, go over the doorstep again. It's a mental trigger that'll say, oh, yeah, fuck, I was looking for my keys. So, yeah. This is much like Jordan Peterson's Clean Your Room. It's because it's a mental thing that'll put your mind in a, okay, I solved things even though I didn't do anything.
Triumphed over trauma in her life. The person who had sought treatment. The person who is, by the defendant's own words, is not depressed or had never said anything that would have caused him to call law enforcement to try to get his wife help that she was going to harm herself. The person who's healthy and in the best shape of her life. The person who just went out to celebrate her birthday, who's celebrating a special time of year in her life. She wakes up randomly in the morning, never touches her phone to respond to any other questions or comment or text that she'd received, makes herself a drink, makes the bed, and wanders off into the woods to hang herself. Really? What part of that is a reasonable explanation of what happened? What part of that is reasonable?
All of
I
it.
submit to you it's not reasonable. It's ridiculous. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen? You don't even have to stop there. You heard from a man named Dr. Smock. Let me briefly summarize his testimony. That cord, that ligature, it is impossible for it to cause the injuries to Emily Noble's neck. He says the quadruple fracture pattern, the fracture on both sides of the hyoid and both sides of the thyroid cartilage, has never been documented in somebody under 100 pounds in an incomplete hanging. In fact, he tells you in one study, they didn't even document a single fracture of any kind in the neck for any hanging of an individual under 110 pounds. Even complete hangings where the full body weight is being put on that ligature in the neck. Not a single one. Allow me to briefly summarize the cross-examination of Dr. Smock. He spelled Dr. Hardin's name wrong. All of the bluster, all of the theatrics, it all crumbled when confronted with the testimony of Dr. Smock, who I'd submit to you is the single most qualified person that you heard from in this entire trial.
What?
He is the expert on these things. On strangulation, on staged crime scenes. And he tells you, based on his training and experience from all over the world, that this is a staged suicide. And what's the response to that? Dr. Garvin, I'd submit to you she's board certified in garbage in, garbage out. She didn't do a full analysis. She did what she termed a case review. And spent a lot of time on the witness stand talking about that case review. It contained earth-shattering revelations that Dr. Agnew didn't use 2 standard deviations when determining the age of the remains, or that she only used one method in determining the ancestry. Who cares? On cross-examination, Dr. Garvin admitted that none of that impacted her ability to review the trauma in the case. Well, the pictures of the trauma anyway, of course, because she didn't bother to look at the actual bones, but the pictures. For all the talk that she had about best practices of not using hydrogen peroxide, and if you read that, it actually talks about not using hydrogen peroxide because you want to consider the possible hazards to the user of the substance, not of the bones. But for all that talk of best practices, she didn't follow the simplest, most straightforward best practice in forensic anthropology. Look at the bones. Look at the bones.
Look at the bones.
So she looks at 2D pictures of this. And what she say? Well, she assumed that they were gone. She testified that she has spent 50 hours researching and looking at things here and talking to colleagues and all that, but never once at any point thought, man, I've looked at these pictures and I don't see the same thing as the person who actually looked at the bones. Maybe I should ask to look at the bones. No. Let's talk about 2 parts of her report that matter. The facial fractures, the nose. One person came in and told you they examined the bones under a microscope. They told you that, as you can imagine, sometimes you have to turn things, look, get it in a different light, look at it from a different angle, be able to see all the detail. That's what Dr. Agnew did. Dr. Garvin took a piece of paper and looked at it and said, I don't see the same thing that person did who was actually looking at the bones, following the best practices.
All of your experts looked at the same piece of paper, you idiot.
It's one thing. It's one thing to look at a photograph and say, you know what? I see the same thing that person did to look at the actual bones. And spoiler alert, that's what Dr. Garvin says with regard to the injuries of the neck. It's something entirely different to say, I'm looking at this photograph and I don't see it. And then look at the way that she wrote it in her report. No evidence of perimortem trauma, the craniofacial region.
Evidence.
And then all the rest of the report, it's no definitive evidence. No definitive evidence. Not the same thing as saying no evidence whatsoever. Now, ladies and gentlemen, obviously, the facial trauma would be a good fact for the state. Because you don't get a fracture in your nose from putting a cord around your neck in a suicidal hang. But don't for a second think that that's the linchpin of this entire case. The nose fractures aren't what caused the death. That's what happened in the neck. Now, I want you to see if you can spot the difference in these 2 sentences. 1, I did not see anything inconsistent with perimortem trauma to the thyroid cartilage and the hyoid. Or, I agree that the thyroid cartilage and hyoid fractures are perimortem. The first one was Dr. Garvin's testimony on direct examination. Made it sound like she just didn't see anything to dispute Dr. Agnew's qualifications. But in her report, she literally wrote that she agrees that those are perimortem. So what does she attempt to tell you then about those perimortem fractures? That you can't rule out hanging as the cause. Why? Because somewhere a 240-pound man had those fractures in a hanging? Dr. Garvin can write, she can choose any study she wants. And writing her report, she's under no obligation to spell out everything she's ever read, or where she's ever gone, or anything she's ever learned. She doesn't have to type it all out. But she chose to type out something in support of her conclusion. She picked one study that she says supports what she's talking about. And ladies and gentlemen, that study says nothing of the sort. The Zedekova study, in reviewing 178 cases of hanging, found the quadruple fracture pattern in 3.4% of cases. So already we're talking about in the study that she cited, 96% of hangings did not have those fractures. 96%.
96%.
Dr. Garvin believed it was important to determine how many of those were incomplete and how many of them were complete hangings. So she emailed the study author. And they wrote back. 3 out of the 6. 3 were incomplete. But that's not all they wrote. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you there's a thing that's called a lie of omission. It's when you give a statement that's true, but you admit the other important facts. You're not outright saying something that's not true. When Dr. Garvin wrote in her report 3 out of the 6 were incomplete hangings, that is true. But what'd she leave out? The next part, that the author of the study in his 1-sentence reply said, by the way, 2 of them are overweight. She leaves that out of her report, but admits that age-adjusted weight is a statistically significant factor in determining whether or not you're going to see fractures. Even worse, that study cites another study that says in cases of individuals under 110 pounds, they didn't find a single fracture. Not a one. When you look at the underlying data of the study she cites, it's clear it doesn't support the conclusion. Even within that study, there's something that directly contradicts what Dr. Garvin ends up telling. Because again, we don't care if somebody somewhere in a hanging had that quadruple fracture pattern. Who cares if it's happened ever? What's important is, did it happen to Emily Noble? Did it happen to this 100-pound female who was in an incomplete hanging? And you'll recall, Dr. Smock testified, and he said, there is no such case documented anywhere. There is no such case. And who agreed with him? Dr. Garvin. I asked her on cross-examination, if in the 50 hours of searching and the talking to colleagues, if you found a single study that ever had an individual under 100 pounds with this quadruple fracture pattern, you would have brought it with you to court. She said yes. The fact you don't have that tells you all you need to know. Even more evidence that this isn't suicide. That proves beyond a reasonable doubt that it's not suicide. Dr. Hickman, the Delaware County coroner. Now, you've heard some questions that seem to give the implication that somehow the state paid for an expert report, and after that, then Dr. Hickman issues a death certificate. But that's not what Dr. Hickman tells you. Dr. Hickman tells you that when he got the report initially talking about the quadruple fractures, he already in mind was saying, this is not suicide. Dr. Hickman might have been the only witness in this trial that really did a good job explaining what this hanging would have looked like.
Maybe you shouldn't say that, because none of your witnesses did anything to explain it.
For as many times as defense counsel was down on the ground demonstrating the position of Emily's body, I didn't see her a single time show what would have had to happen to put the weight on the neck, to constrict that ligature. Because it isn't enough to say, I've got a cord tied around the tree and I just rest my head in it. I'm going to do something to put pressure on the neck.
Yeah.
And how did Dr. Hickman describe that?
Being
It's a
on your
lean
knees.
into. That you have to lean into the cord, into the ligature. In a complete hanging, you're on a chair or a stool or something gets kicked out from under you and you can't touch the ground, all of your body weight is in the neck. In an incomplete hanging, not all of your body weight is there. And just having a cord around your neck and staying on the ground doesn't do anything. You've got to lean into it. You've got to do something to make that pressure. And ladies and gentlemen, look at the photos.
Look at the photos.
No end of the cord is tied around the tree. One, what I call the traditional USB, is down on Lee Noble's back. The other end of the cord, what I call a micro USB, the Detective Grubb said fit into some of the old cell phone devices in the house, has this fat plastic piece on it. And you don't have the real cord. Get it out and look at it. The only thing holding that entire contraption together, loop tied in the middle of the cord, hanging down from the tree, fat plastic piece caught, just like that. Not tied, not knotted, just that. This fat plastic piece caught on the loop. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't need to be a doctor. You don't need to have any specialized knowledge to look at that and say, that's ridiculous. That's not a manner in which anyone would hang themselves.
How do you know? Because as long as it sticks, it sticks. It's
There's a procedure, apparently.
yeah, you have to tie it the correct way. And no, if it sticks, it sticks. You'll do what you, because maybe she didn't want to go through with it in the end. Maybe she just thought, I'll just try this out. And then it worked. It could be that. It could be that she had done it before. Who knows if she had tried to unalive herself before? And this time, it just worked. Yeah, and she was in that position for 4 months without it falling out. It's one of those, because you couldn't do it on this one because the ends are quite small. Well, you might be able to because there's a flat end on this one, so you could get that stuck on here. Yeah, you could actually do that. It takes significantly force to get it out of there. and she just needs it to be there for 2 minutes. She's probably not planning very much how to do it. Yeah, some use a belt, some use a rope, there's a lot of ways you can do it. Could also have been like that, could have been that. It's, yeah. I'm just saying that there's no correct way to try and unalive yourself. And a lot of people will do a blind test first just to see. Maybe this wasn't what she really wanted. She just wanted to go in and go home and move on. But it just worked.
It's not a way that somebody would commit suicide. Emily Noble's death was not suicide. Would submit to you, that's what the evidence proves, beyond reasonable doubt. It was not suicide. Dr. Smock tells you that. He says this was a staged suicide. No one else. Dr. Hickman tells you this is a homicide. This is manual strangulation. The defense witness isn't in a position to opine on that. A forensic anthropologist doesn't tell you cause or manner of death. The only thing that Dr. Garvin is saying is that you can't rule out hanging as a mechanism. Not suicidal hanging, not anything else, just saying a hanging can't be ruled out. And again, I'd submit to you that her opinion is not supported by anything that you've heard of any of the literature, and it's not supported by the only thing that she cited in her own study. So, ladies and gentlemen, if this is not suicide, what is it? It's a homicide. In order for someone to be held criminally liable in the state of Ohio for a homicide, we have some statutes. And the ones we're talking about here are murder. And I want to give you a little piece of it just to help orient and understand what we're talking about. Count 1, murder. Count 2, murder. They are both called murder, but they have different elements, different things to look at. Count 1 of murder is for purposely causing the death of Emily Noble. And you heard the definition of purpose. Purposely is when it's your specific intention to cause a certain result. Now, what do you have that reflects on purpose? Dr. Smock tells you what it takes to strangle someone to death. It's not an accident. It's not a brief process. In order to strangle someone to death, you must maintain continuous pressure for somewhere between a minute and 2 minutes to cause death. That's purpose, ladies and gentlemen. It says, the purpose with which a person does an act is known only to him unless he expresses it to others or indicates it by his conduct. Anyone who is causing a death by manual strangulation must maintain that pressure for more than a minute. That's done purposely. Count 2, the other murder statute, doesn't require that proof of purpose. It requires proof that the death was the proximate cause of a felonious assault that you'll see in count 3. So 2 and 3 go together. If you find the defendant is guilty of felonious assault for knowingly causing serious physical harm, then you have to look and see if that serious physical harm led to death. That's what the difference is between count 1 murder and count 2 murder. And again, you heard the testimony of Dr. Smock about the dangers of strangulation, about what happens as you put your hands or arm around someone's neck and squeeze. What happens to blood flow? What happens to oxygen flow? What happens with risks of hospitalization and death? That's serious physical harm. So even if you weren't convinced that this is a purposeful murder, if you're convinced the defendant knowingly caused serious physical harm to Emily Noble, and that as a result of that offense, as a proximate result, she died, that's still murder in count 2. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we put together the border. We put together the outside of the pieces of the puzzle. This is not suicide. And now I ask you to look at the other pieces. Look at the other evidence now through that lens. Now that you know this is not suicide, let's look at the other pieces. This is a staged suicide scene. Who on planet Earth would have an incentive to stage a suicide other than the defendant? Random, unknown suspect the Westerville strangler who's manually strangling women in the woods
I hate this
wouldn't
guy.
take the time, the effort, the care to stage a suicide, what would be the point?
Like, what does that even have to
Who
relate
else,
to this?
a random other individual,
I
would
don't
have
know.
the tools and the items nearby or ready at hand in order to stage a suicide? The only person that would have any incentive to do that is the defendant. But it's not just staging the scene in the woods. I'd submit to you the evidence shows he was staging the scene the whole time. What do I mean? The defense version of events is that his wife, sometime after 1:30 in the morning, because that's when he saw her when he went to the other room, had to get up and go hang herself. Now, what do you need first? You need an opportunity for your wife to get up and leave the house without you knowing about it. Right? If you're awake, she couldn't have left without you knowing. So what's he say? Well, I went to sleep in the other room. What's he say? I took a sleeping pill. And he texted that even to a friend of his. Oh, I'm about to be out. I took my pill.
How does a bald man run his finger through his hair? He cuts holes in his pockets. Jamie, that's a Smexual joke. If you didn't get that one.
Thank you. Thank you for explaining it to me.
And then he says
gross.
he slept in unusually or abnormally late. How convenient. How convenient that the one day you sleep in is the day that your wife decides to get up in the morning and wander off into the woods and hang herself.
Yeah, so convenient
So
for
he's
him.
staging that scene with the text message he sends to his friend, and he's staging that scene with his story about, whoop, I can't possibly know what happened early in the morning with my wife because I was sleeping later than I normally do. What else do you need? You can't know where your wife is when you wake up. They live in an 800 or 900 square foot condo. You saw how small it is. You wake up in the morning, you go to the bathroom, look out the door, and oh, hey, my wife's not here. But no, that's not the testimony. What's he tell you that he did? What's he tell you? I woke up and I was laying in bed, and instead of getting off the couch and talking to my wife about our plans for the day, I texted her, are we going to this party or what? In an 800 square foot condo? Hey, are we going to this party or what?
Please.
And then what's he do? Hits that Find My iPhone app, right? Because it'll give you, look, now when I pull out my phone records, if anybody ever looks at it, see, I sent her this text. I didn't know where she was, and I did Find My iPhone. But then he still never gets up? He still doesn't walk around? 3 hours later, he texts to this phone that he knows he's got no response on, that he knows is sitting in the house. I guess we aren't going? And what's he say about that in his interview? He says, oh, I guess we aren't going. Where are you? Oh, well, I didn't say the where are you part. Yeah, he forgot that. But again, he tries to leave a record, a stage scene to say, look, hey, I was in this other room. I woke up at 11 something. I sent a text. I had to Find My iPhone. I had no idea where my wife was. What else do you need? You know that you staged a scene to look like suicide. You know that there's a cord. So Emily Noble, if she was going to go kill herself, what does she need to be looking for? Something to hang herself with. Right? My wife got up, wandered off in the woods. I know that I've staged it to look like a suicide. I know that she's hanging by a cord. What does she need? She needs to have found a cord. What's the defendant draw Officer Hollis's attention to? Where does he take him? Right into the garage. And what's he point out? An origin extension cord. And he says, this is out of place. This isn't where it's supposed to be. This.
Or she took that 100-foot cable and thought, no, this will look too suspicious. A 10-foot cable, I can just wrap around my hands, put it in my pants, stick it down where no one can see it, and I can go into the woods and I can unalive myself. But if I'm taking 100 feet of cable, people will see me carry that and think, that's weird. Why is she going with all of that cable?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The defense lawyer is jotting down some notes furiously. I love it.
What does my hat say? It says Nebraska because go Huskers.
Used to be here. Watch it again on the body cam. Officer Hollis immediately says, can she even reach that? Watch the defendant is how he has to reach to get that cord even off that hook. And he says, I didn't do it. I didn't move this. But you know what we do know? He was moving things right in that area, even while law enforcement was at the scene. Even after they'd already responded, even after he's already trying to talk to them about what happened, supposedly to his wife. That cooler is moved. There is now a flashlight there. And it isn't just that he moved it. It's that he, at the end, Officer Hollis and the defendant are standing out in the driveway. And he says, maybe I'm crazy, but you just got to come look at this. He leads him right there. He wants Officer Hollis to see it. But look, here's this orange cord. My wife must have been looking for something to hang herself. But we know he's the one moving things around in that area. And it's not just the cooler. He even says, watch it. It even says, he shakes it, wobbles the cooler a little bit. He says, oh, even this isn't where it should be. Or she wouldn't like that. And he's the one that moved it. So, ladies and gentlemen, he keeps staging the scene throughout. What else is important? When was the last time Emily Noble was seen? Here's the testimony of John Kramer. John Kramer said, when we first saw law enforcement, after he brought his dad home that he was taking care of, he sees the officer there, and he says, I saw Emily Noble on the morning of May 25th. And he tells you he goes inside, gets his dad situated, and immediately comes back out and says he's not sure. You heard that he told that to law enforcement right away, that he told that to law enforcement later, and he told you that from the witness stand. And this isn't a situation that a year and a half or 2 years later he's changed his mind about what he saw. He told them that immediately, that he wasn't certain. And how do you know that? How do you know that John Kramer had already said that right away? Because it's in the interview with the defendant. In the interview with the defendant, the detective says that no, the neighbor's not sure he saw her that morning. And what is the defendant's immediate response? Not concerned for his wife. Not wondering what that might mean for where she is.
Yeah, Haystacks and Anime reached the same conclusion. Maybe the cooler was moved because she took it down, stood on it, trying to get the extension cord, and thought, no, this is too much. Put it back up. Put the cooler back up. Disturbed her shoes that she also very OCD-like always would have left in a perfect angle to each other. Maybe. Yeah.
Exactly.
But again, we are the jury. This is what people are thinking in our chat, kind of showing us that this is what people could be thinking in the courtroom.
So that makes it look bad for me, I guess. Right. Because he was hoping to hang his hat on the fact that somebody saw Emily, or thinks they saw Emily, after he killed her. Ladies and gentlemen, you look at the timelines on the phones. I would submit to you that timelines of the phones conclusively prove that the defendant lied repeatedly to law enforcement about what happened. Repeatedly. Emily receives messages at 6:30 in the evening on the 24th that are not read until 4:40 p.m. the next day. There's nothing on Emily's phone to show any user-initiated activity after 7 p.m. on the 24th. Nothing. Until the defendant's on. The defendant's phone shows that after they came back from Uptown, out celebrating his wife's birthday, that he has a 34-minute phone conversation with a friend of his. A conversation that is never mentioned a single time in all of the different versions of events that he talks about. We're told that, although the defendant says initially, I told Officer Hollis she wouldn't go out by herself at night. But then he thinks about it, and in his interview he says, well, and he was like, does she ever go out at night, by herself? And I'm like, no, she doesn't. That's something that, but she does. At times now that I think about it, especially if she's got a little buzz and she's drinking, she'll get that, and she'll grab a flashlight, and she'll go on this walk and come back with the forge. Who told you that Emily Noble went for a walk that evening? He was sure about? John Kramer. Emily Noble?
Add up because the neighbor saw him until you made the neighbor say, oh, no, I don't know if I saw her.
When the physical evidence shows she was struck in the face, causing fractures to her nose, and she was manually strangled, causing 4 fractures to her neck. After that time in 923, the defendant's phone screen turns on once or twice, and then between 9:45 p.m. and 1:11 in the morning, there's a 3-hour and 25-minute gap of time when there is no activity on his phone. Time to stage the scene. Then the uncontroverted evidence. The uncontroverted evidence is that he is on his phone pretty much the entirety of the night. You'll have the timeline, look at it. And it's not just loading apps or doing other things, it's sending messages, orientation changes on the phone, plugging in the phone. He's on his phone all night. Until when? 5:52 in the morning, he starts a YouTube app. And you'll see on the timeline that runs until 8:40 in the morning. 5:52, he's still awake, activating something on his phone. What happens 8 minutes later? Emily's alarm goes off. Do you think it's reasonable that the defendant, after being awake the entire night, loaded up YouTube at 5:52 and was totally asleep by 6?
I fall asleep to audiobooks on my YouTube app. Most days I'll remember to put a sleep timer for 20 minutes, but I will wake up 2-3 hours later and, oh, it's still going, and I'll turn it off and fall asleep again. And I'll fall asleep within a couple of minutes. Yeah, we all do this. A lot of people now I do my night shows will say, oh, I fell asleep while you were watching your night show. You're such a boring a-hole. And I agree. But
Remember, if Emily got up and she...
how many of you remember back in the day, well, not to age any of you, how many of you remember waking up to the television going to the beep tone back when you only had one channel like we had in Denmark, and they stopped sending anything after 11 o'clock or something like that at night? You'd wake up and there was like, what the hell's going on? That was because there was no more on the television.
She made the bed and made herself a drink and went off to commit suicide. She's got to be moving around sometime in that morning.
Oh my.
And the defendant's awake right up until that time. What else is there, though? At 8:40 in the morning, the defendant's back on his phone. And what happened at 8:41? Amy Thomas sent a Facebook message.
Oh, and then when someone calls you in the morning, she's just, I'm awake. I'm totally awake. I'm the most awake I've ever been.
Yeah, it included both the defendant and Emily.
The colored lines.
I want you to think about that. Come back to that in a minute.
I think
Emily's
that woke my
device
grandma
shows
up more
no
than anything.
user-initiated activity until 4:40 in the afternoon. None. The health data shows no movement. The phone doesn't go anywhere from the time when they get back from uptown in the night until 4:40 in the afternoon. And what do you remember happens at 4:40? How do you know that all this stuff in the timeline is what it says it is? Messages that Emily Noble received in the evening of May 24th were not read, did not show up as read on the phone until 4:40 in the afternoon the next day. What happens at that time? We know the defendant says the phone has been there. His wife has not been there. At this point, he's allegedly searched around. At this point, he's the one on her phone. And if you go into the timeline and look, at 4:41 in the afternoon on the 25th, the SMS app, the text messaging app, is activated on Emily's phone. That's how those messages show up read. It wasn't because of anything that Emily Noble did. It's because of the defendant. And what else is important about that? This Facebook message. Remember, the defendant, here's another thing he tries to latch onto. Oh, Amy Thomas says the Facebook message that I sent shows that it was viewed by both of you. It was viewed by Emily and the defendant. Right? And the defendant says, well, then she must have been alive 8:40 in the morning. Now remember, to be on her phone that doesn't move, it doesn't leave the house, that would mean Emily Noble would have to be at home at 8:40 in the morning. And because there's a bunch of user activity again starting at 8:40 on the defendant's phone, the defendant would have to be awake too. So there goes the, I was sleeping in the other room and don't know anything about my wife getting up and leaving the house. But more importantly than that, look at the timeline. That Facebook Messenger app on Emily's phone is not activated until late in the afternoon when the defendant gets on the phone, goes into Facebook Messenger, and sends a message to the guy whose house they were supposed to be at on Memorial Day. That's when that message shows up read. Not because of anything Emily Noble did. Look at the phone. The Facebook app flicks on when you receive a message, but it doesn't show any other user-initiated activity. And you heard that testimony from the cell phone forensic specialist. The only time that that app is opened and manipulated and a message is sent is when the defendant's on the phone. That's not evidence that Emily was alive that morning. Ladies and gentlemen, look at the other statements of the defendant. Again, I would submit to you, know that he's lying to law enforcement based on what is on the phones, because it does not match his story. Defendant tells you they were in Uptown, they came home, and they made love. He tells the officer, so he wants people to believe. What's he saying on that signal app? What's he saying in that chat to his buddy? 2 weeks before this. 2 weeks. My marriage is over. We don't fuck anymore.
And he said it was because he had erectile problems.
2 weeks prior, he's saying his marriage is over. They don't have sex. And then he wants the officer to believe, well, no, we went uptown, we had a good time, came back, had sex. What's he say to Officer Hollis? Again, love the body cam. We came back, went to sleep in our bed. Our bed. Really? You ever called the bed that you sleep in with your spouse somebody else's? Not yours.
Yes. Because I've always slept on two separate beds that we push together to make a king size. And this is my bed and that's her bed. And I always sleep on the right side of the bed. Always, because I'm a right side sleeper, so I will be facing you when I'm sleeping. Always done that. I've always said that's my bed.
Yours and ours? I'll tell you, how else do you know he's sleeping in that other room? How do you know? He's got a blanket in there. The hamper for his dirty clothes are in that bathroom, not over in the master bedroom. In fact, go back when you listen to his interview. He refers to that as the master bedroom. Her bedroom.
My mom and dad did that.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's admit to you the evidence is clear. Neither one of them was ever in that bed on the evening of May 24th. When Officer Hollis looks in there and he sees that the bed is made, that stands out to the officer. It ought to stand out to you too. Because either that bed is made because it was made in the morning of the 24th and nobody ever got back into it, or that bed is made because on the morning of May 25th, right before she decides to commit suicide, Emily Noble made the bed. That's ridiculous. No one ever got into that bed that evening. Ladies and gentlemen, what else do I want you to focus on and think about? The defendant's behavior shows that he knows she's dead. He knows Emily's dead. What's he do? First of all, you hear testimony from John Kramer that he's smoking in the house. He's smoking in the house. That Emily would never allow that. Now, you hear a lot of questions about, can you see ashtrays on these different photos or anything else? You know what I submit to you that shows?
Nothing.
The lack of those formal ashtrays is that people didn't smoke in that condo. They did not. But that was routine. It was not a routine practice to smoke in that house. Well, there's no ashtray in this picture, no ashtray in this picture. Well, guess what? There's a bunch of empty beer cans. There's a sink, a trash can. I mean, let's not pretend that the only thing you could possibly ash a cigarette into is a real ashtray. What else does he do? He tells you that he knows she's dead. Ladies and gentlemen, he's asked to rate his marriage on a scale of 1 to 10 over the last 6 months. And he says it's an 8. And he says, well, there's some old text or maybe we're about whatever, but, you know, this whole Corona thing really brought us
And you go to bed with me every night, so it would be awkward.
closer together. And without any other question, the question was, rate your marriage on a 1 to 10. I did not hurt my wife. I did not hurt my wife. I loved her.
Yeah, he was driven in a police
May
car.
27th. May 27th. Speaking about his wife in past tense. If your loved one is missing, if you don't know where they are, if you're trying to find them, how would you ever be referring to them in the past tense after such a short period of time? And he does it in other places too. Oh, she loved me. He talks about her in the past tense because he knows she's dead. And one other thing about his behavior on the 24th. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to put yourself in these shoes for a minute. You wake up, your spouse is gone. You don't know where they are. Maybe you remain calm for a while, you see what's going on, you don't know. You wait, and the minutes and the hours pass by, and you don't hear from them or see them. And you know a place, a short walk from your residence, where they like to go. And you don't ever walk it? You don't ever go out there yourself?
Why doesn't
The
her
defendant wants
friend
you to
go
believe
out
that
there?
he checked to see if his guns were there, that he checked up into the attic, that he's looking all over the house, trying to see where his wife could be. He knows right when Officer Hall shows up. He talks about this walking path that they go on. And yet at no point in the 6 hours, even by his own version of events, he's awake before he calls law enforcement or before he calls Celeste. He never goes and looks at the place where he thinks his wife might be? There's only one explanation for that. One.
Let us hear it.
That he can't be the one to find her.
Oh.
There is no other reason why you wouldn't go looking in a place where you think your loved one is after they've been missing all day. It's that close to your house. And then, ladies and gentlemen, I'd submit to you, he pretty much tells Westerville Police Department where she is.
What? He tells her where she is and they don't find her for 4 months. What? The police searched down there 3 times with dogs. They didn't find her. But I submit to you, he told them.
Let's be blunt. Makes the Westerville Police Department look pretty bad.
Yeah, because they were
Those initial days
shitty
of
at their job.
Nobody got in that part of the woods where Emily Noble's remains were eventually found.
At least he won't take us long.
It does. It looks pretty bad. But you know who it looks worse for? The defendant. The defendant, even on the knock and talk, when he goes out for a walk with the detectives, and he says, I don't know, you'd have to go in there to look. Not that I'm thinking she's in there. When he talks in his interview, what would Emily do? Well, she'd go into the woods and hang herself. What a lucky guess. What a lucky guess. He gets where she'd be and how she'd do it.
And you still didn't find her.
This isn't a suicide. This is a staged suicide. So how much even luckier would he have had to have guessed where she was and how she'd look if it was some other random stranger who had committed the murder? Ladies and gentlemen, the defendant in his message said that his marriage is over. His son committed suicide. If Emily's leaving him, if he's getting kicked out, he's got nothing left. Nowhere else to go. Ladies and gentlemen, there's one last thing I want you to think about.
Oh.
And that's the defendant's words in the last part of the interview with Westerville Police Department. What's he say? I know I did not hurt her. I didn't do anything to her. So the other thing that I can think of is that she did something to herself. I know I did not hurt her. I didn't do anything to her. So the only thing I can think of is she did something to herself. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to consider that statement in reverse. Because I submit to you that the evidence shows, beyond a reasonable doubt, she didn't do anything to herself. Now, I submit to you the evidence shows that the defendant did hurt her. That Emily Noble died of a manual strangulation. That her death was staged to look like a suicide. And the only person who would have done that is the defendant. And we respectfully ask you to return verdicts of guilty on all 3 counts.
Thank you, counsel. Please give your attention to counsel for the defense.
Really clear, because nothing could be more important. And what I'm about to say in the next 45 minutes or an hour is what I'm about to say right now. The state of Ohio started their closing argument saying there's 2 options, suicide and homicide. They just sat down and said that they've shown by a reasonable doubt that this was not a suicide. That is not what this case is about. This case is about whether Matt Moore killed that woman. The state of Ohio wants you, and you know what? We picked you because you are the right jury for this case, and you are smarter than this. They want you to go into that deliberation room and treat it like a movie or a puzzle, or I guess we're talking unusual suspects and books now. They want you to go into that jury room and talk about, did she kill herself or did somebody kill her? That's not what this case is. What you have to go into the deliberation room and discuss is the charges against Matt Moore, the elements of the offenses and whether or not they have proved beyond a reasonable doubt, not suicide or homicide, that he killed her. The judge has read you the instructions. And there is an incredibly important instruction that reads, you cannot stack an inference upon an inference. You can draw from one set of facts an inference. From the same set of facts, you could draw another inference. But you cannot draw an inference and an inference. And so what does it mean? Literally, 6 days of testimony, 7 today. It is, did she commit suicide? No, she didn't commit suicide. So she must have been killed. Well, if she was killed, it's Matt Moore. That's inference stacking, not supported by the evidence. I literally, as I sat there, listening to the closing, and I recognized that these arguments, and if any one of you thought, when they heard that now he followed her on the walk, and you said to yourself, oh, so that's their theory? That's reasonable doubt. At 1:50 p.m., we heard that for the first time. Our justice system has to be better than this. And you know why? Let's go through it. And before, and you've come to know me, I am passionate, but I am not passionate without a purpose. This inference stacking that I just talked about, it's speculation. And there is no question that the law says circumstantial and direct evidence are of equal weight. There is no question about that. But here is what is not evidence: speculation. We think he did this. We think he did that. Now we think she went for a walk and mad because of a text he sent on May 7th to his friend, that on May 24th, after they've had a nice day together, that he now is lurking and going and following her and killing her in the woods. That's not just one inference and upon an inference. It's probably 8 or 9 or 10. But it's speculation. Members of the jury, I remember when we did that voir dire so well, we talked about why we had to do voir dire. It's because not every juror is perfect for every case. We went back and forth, and we both asked you questions, and you saw us ask some people to leave because they weren't right for this case. But you were. You are smarter than to think a man could be convicted of murder based on speculation. In fact, I think the only thing that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt is that they think he did it. For sure. Now that, for sure, they've proven that. But let's talk about what else they haven't proven. I want to go, and trust me, I'm not going to show you Defendant's Exhibit D again. I won't show you the map. Okay, I know we've had enough of the map. But I do want to talk to you just about why it's so important. Because the judge is going to, of course, you've read the instructions and you have them. And he's going to tell you that the state of Ohio doesn't have to prove the exact date, but generally around the date and time. But you know from the way that Matt Moore has been charged, and more specifically, you now know from their closing argument, that what they're telling you is that he was killed on the 24th. That's what they just told you in their closing argument. Now, I realize that they're argument, but they have burden. They just told you she went for that 8 p.m. walk with John Kramer, and he kills her after that. Hold them to that. So the searches, why is it so important? Well, it's important because, well, first of all, if she's not in the woods on the 24th or 26th or 27th or 28th, first element of their case fails. And the judge is going to tell you, when you go back in the deliberation room, you look at each and every charge element by element. On or about May 25th and May 25th, did defendant Matheau Moore in Delaware County purposely cause the death of Emily Noble? They're numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If one of them fails, you're done. You don't even have to talk about it. So if the date fails, you're done. If identity fails, you're done. Identity being Matt Moore, you're done. If purpose fails, and I'm going to talk a lot about purpose, you're done. It's not that they have to prove all of them. Any of the elements fail, they're done. That's the law. So here's why the searches matter. If she's not in those woods on the 24th or 25th or 26th or 27th, you're done. 27th, there's a GPS on his car. And, I always want to talk about the transparency of things, or lack thereof. I know you noticed it. It's like I have to bring up GPS with Detective Grubbs. Like, here's an investigative tool that you use to track my guy, and you don't even want to bring it up. You witnessed how many instances in this trial did the state of Ohio wait to see if I did my job? Not just the GPS, the counseling records, the osteopenia, well, the list goes on. Never bring up any of these things. They wait to see, what can we get away with? Is defense counsel good enough? So back to the searches. She's not there, the 24th, 25th, and let's talk about it. It's not just humans and dogs, no one sees her, no one smells her, but I want to just talk about this whole theory that they've put forth that it's just bad police work, that they didn't go into the woods. Members of the jury, you are smarter than that. And I remember I was talking to Sergeant Alloway, do you remember the press conference, and he refreshed his recollection and came back and told you all that the chief of police told Westerville community and the public at large, we searched that area 3 times with law enforcement and once with dogs. Nobody said the perimeter. And here's what else we know. If I'm Matt Moore, and I think what's the word, the main criminal mastermind, and I'm going to talk about whether Matt Moore is the main criminal mastermind. So then, back to the motive, or lack thereof. They presented 3 family friends, Amy, Sue, and Brandy. And I guess this is what the state calls part of the edge of their puzzle. Well, the friends were so close that they hadn't had contact with Emily since 2019. In fact, Sue was last called by Emily when Joey died, and she never even called her afterwards to check in on her. So, I'll leave it to you as to the extent of that friendship. And of course, her sister testified. And it's so funny, too, about Matt doesn't go into the woods and search for her. And so that inference should lead you to the fact that he didn't want to find her, and that should lead you to the fact that he killed her. I remember asking Amy about the fact that she didn't come to Ohio and search for her sister was no indication of whether she loved her sister or not. And she said, that's right. Why is it okay for some and not for others? And the counseling records. They want to tell you that Emily was happy, she was foraging, eating plants, nettles, and so there's no way she could have committed suicide. This takes me back to my opening, when I told you that this is a case about common sense. When we talked about suicide in voir dire, and we talked about mental health. And I really mean this. We are all smarter, and I know each and every one of you, truly. If mental health were that simple, we would live in a much different world. It's not. It is not that simple to say, they seem happy. It's just not. And in fact, we know that just from history, right? We know that Emily's first husband, you heard her sister testify that they seemed like 2 peas in a pod, and that he killed himself. And it was a surprise to her, Emily. And so I want to just go to the counseling records. And I don't do this in any way to disparage. I do it because it is an inaccurate statement to say that Emily was happy and eating plants and would never have killed herself. Because the truth is, and you'll see in the counseling records, that Emily had a history of depression and anxiety, that she had struggled with prior loss and trauma. Look through the records and see how many times you see the word trauma and loss and grief and sadness. Also, with respect to motive, flip through all the records, and these are Emily's statements made to a therapist in a safe space, right? They're not text messages sent quickly when you're maybe having a beer in the middle of the night or you're talking to a guy and you're doing bro talk. This is what you say to your therapist, right? This is a safe place. The only thing she ever says about Matt in these records is that she's worried about his well-being because Matt's so depressed too after Joey's suicide. She never says, Matt's mean to me, Matt hits me, I'm being abused, verbally, physically, nothing. And I ask you, these counseling records, you will have them back there. Defendants, notably, defendants exhibit S.
Yes, we are just doing the closing arguments. She's going to go for another roughly half an hour, and then they're going to do a rebuttal again. That's like 20 minutes, and then we're going to do the verdict. So we will get through all of it today.
Pass them around. Look at them. In fact, please, pass them around and look at them. Because the narrative of suicide wouldn't happen, she had told her friend she wouldn't kill herself, well, that's a false narrative. And something else about that hit me, if suicide were that simple, right? If you knew when someone was going to commit suicide, by logic, wouldn't suicide not even exist? Because if you knew someone was going to hurt themselves, you'd stop them from hurting themselves. This is the thing about mental health. You don't see it coming, and nor does the person. And you know why these friends and family members had these conversations with Emily about whether she'd kill herself? Ask yourselves when you're back in that deliberation room, are these conversations you have with your friends? Or are these conversations friend checks that people were having with Emily because they thought she might kill herself? Because I can tell you, I don't ask my girlfriends at drinks, are you going to kill yourself? I would only ask that question to a girlfriend that I thought just might do that very thing. The text messages. I promise you that my closing will not be as long as a stack of paper. This is why I brought this stack up. 1 year of text messages between Matt and Emily Noble sits right here. This is what they give you. They give you this. They give you text messages from November of 21st. Hi, thank you. On the second page of that, he says, why does it bother you so much? Am I mean? Page 63, not mean, unintelligible. And read the rest of it, how they communicate with one another. Because I submit to you that when the state of Ohio tells you how couples act, right? Like how they told you how Matt should have acted when Emily went missing, we're smarter than that too. Every couple's different. Every couple's different. Every person's different. So to normalize certain behavior and to say, oh, well, if you woke up and you saw your spouse gone, the first thing you do would be to call 911. We're all different. And I bet if you look at these text messages, you might well think, I don't text like that with my spouse. Or you know what you might think is what I think is like, wow, is that enough? I better watch my texts, right? And then going to the next set of text messages from December, New Year's Eve, he says, I don't want to argue. If you don't have anything positive to say, keep it to yourself, please. And he's literally asking her, try and be positive. Read these text messages because they gave these to you. They gave these to you to prove motive. I submit that not only do they prove lack of motive, I want to go to this one, where he says the latest set of text messages, by the way, is from March. She kills herself in May. March. I'm not feeling very well today, Matt says. I'm just going to stay in here today. I don't feel like talking. Are we going to the party or what? That's the last set of text messages you have. Of all those, that's what you have. And with the fighting or the argument, I think John Kramer was right. He heard loud voices 2 weeks prior. And if none of us have ever not raised our voices inside of our houses with our partners, bless you. But every couple's different. And you know what John Kramer said that he didn't hear? Was any arguing on the 24th or 25th. And there was even a jury question where I got the dates wrong initially, like I think I said the 25th and 26th, and one of you asked a great question. John Kramer, is your testimony still the same about not hearing any argument on the 24th or 25th? And he said yes. He heard no argument. And we know he saw and heard everything because he's right there, and he was what we call a nosy neighbor. He's right there. He heard or saw nothing. 50%, and this is common sense, of relationships end in divorce. And those that stay together, well, I submit that some of them shouldn't, and those that do probably argue every once in a while. Here's my point. When you look through these text messages with respect to divorce or not wanting to be together or those kind of things, the only time divorce is mentioned is when Matt says, if you want to divorce me, leave me. Just tell me. Never in here, and you heard me ask the detective, does he say, I hate you, I want you dead, I'm going to kill you, I will hurt you? Nothing. Please read them. The absence of motive can be used by you in your consideration about whether he has purpose. The house. Well, I guess now that there was all that evidence about the house, now we know from the closing that the state believes she's killed in the woods. And so the attic and the cars and the no trace and the no fiber and the no DNA and the no blood, I guess all of those now aren't as relevant. Still, though, relevant seems to be the fact that Matt is being seemingly prosecuted because of all of the interpretations of the ways he behaved. But he let the officers in, he gave them consent, he gave them phones, he gave them DNA, access to the attic, access to the house, all the things that Matt did. And you heard those women talk about how to get from one side of the foraging section to the other, they either had to crawl or they all got burrs. Remember that? And then you guys asked questions about scratches. Okay, well, of course we know that they have Matt's shirt from that night. And we now know that they believe that he killed her when she went for a walk. Okay, so I guess we're drawing inferences. They come home from the bar. Emily changes to get ready for her walk because she's wearing her walking clothes. And then Matt follows her for an unknown reason. And we don't know if he's, according to the state's theory, changed his clothes or not, but we certainly know what he was wearing at the bar. They have that shirt. No burrs, no scratches, no rips, no blood. Remember that question about might you have a fracture in the nose if you have blood from a fracture in the nose? Nothing. And the shirt from the criminal mastermind is in the hamper. The hamper, and still not washed. I want to just talk about the police work. It's one of those things that no matter how many times you say it, it doesn't make it true. No one else would do this. No one else would do this. Okay, well, no other suspects were ever developed. We know on the 25th he's taken into the police station. He's asked to come down in the back of a cruiser, and you saw one of your exhibits is he was read his Miranda rights. Right? This is on the 27th of May. He's their guy. In fact, they continued to work from May 25th all the way to June 17th of the following year to charge him. Because they kept just looking, until they finally found Dr. Smock. Right? And Dr. Smock arrives in May. Because if all this evidence that they've given you is actually evidence, they charged him in June 2021. So the police work. There's no other suspect developed. And if their theory is he's the only one, well, of course we know that actually, based on the evidence, the last person to see Emily was John Kramer. We also know what are the odds that two sets of dogs, almost 2 weeks apart, went to the same house after searching for scent. And I asked the detective, did you interview the man that lived in that house? Yes, we did. Where is he? What are the odds? And that was the purpose of my question about that was two different sets of dogs, one in May and one in June. And do you remember when Sergeant Alloway was up there? And I said, so the second set of dogs went up here? And Sergeant Alloway goes, actually, they went right back down to the house, the driveway, where the first set of dogs went. Where is he? Where is that investigation? Well, we don't have it because of tunnel vision. Police officers ignored Emily's mental health history, her drinking. We know that she had the situation in 2017 where they found her in Westerville. They just ignore it. Just like they ignore, initially in this trial, they wanted to sell you on the narrative that Emily never left her house without the phone. How many times do we hear that? It's like, and then it takes me, Diane Menashe, like it's our burden. I have to bring the cell data out. And I have to show you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit B.
Yeah, as I remember it, they went to the wrong place as well. So that's it's not a big thing. Come on, get back, camera. Come on, come on. Why is my camera acting up? Hey, Jamester.
Hi.
Welcome
How's it
back.
going?
Well, I think she's poking a lot of holes.
I was listening to some of it while I was on mute in my meeting.
Yeah, but it's... Oh my God, Chia Pet was a pest.
Yeah, Prosecutor Monchichi sucks.
And he's just making the one wild assumption after the other.
Yeah, there's just no way she could possibly have done any of this.
No one
Criminal
has ever
mastermind Matthew
suicided.
over here.
no one has ever suicided without telling the world first. It hasn't
Oh, yeah.
happened ever.
That's usually how it goes, right? You got to tell all your friends
Yeah.
and write notes, write everybody letters, tell your friends, say your goodbyes. I mean, come on now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure my granddad didn't tell my grandma before he went into the barn. As my dad told the story, she was quite surprised when she came out there. So he must have forgotten that that's the rule with suicides, that you just have to inform the next of kin, your 10, 15 best friends. That's a rule, Jamie. It's a rule. You can't change it.
I know. You got to text everybody and let them know.
I don't like him.
Nope.
She leaves the house all the time without your phone, particularly as of late. And let's just put aside the fact about the walk now that they say she took on the 24th. It seems like on the 24th she left without her phone too. And guess when else she left without her phone? The 22nd, because she knows she went foraging with Celeste. And here's why I mentioned this, and why I put together this demonstrative aid and cross Detective Grubbs on it. Because when you have tunnel vision, and you literally get rid of things that don't fit with your narrative, right? That's not fairness. That's not proof beyond reasonable doubt.
Yes, you must at least have spent 2 weeks looking exactly like you're going to do it. If you don't, you can't do it. It's the rules, Jamie.
It is the rules. And just for funsies, John put a picture of Prosecutor Monchichi and his twin brother Monchichi, and you can't tell the difference in Discord. So if anybody wants to take a look, he even had a little suit on.
I have to go find that now.
Yeah, I think it's in the main chat or whatever.
The general chat. Read. And then Creep. So this is Mr. Monchichi. And this is his. This is the real one. I know it's really hard to know the difference between them.
Oh my God, stop it. He has a suit on.
He's missing his beard.
Oh my God, that hair. That's spitting image.
We're such idiots.
Kind of another example of the tunnel vision was just today you hear Dr. Volte. He did that report. He went out to that scene twice with the Westerville Police Department. It was odd to me that the prosecutor was crossing him on using a 10-foot cord and was like, why didn't you use a 20-foot cord? Because your own police officers told them to use a 10-foot cord, And so they're crossing the expert that they got. And here's what's the whole value, if you will, of John Bolte, if nothing else. When was the next time you heard from anyone in this case after you wrote your report?
No, it'll be this guy who does the cross. The glasses on nose guy.
It was me. Because they got the report, they got rid of John. Just like they got the report from University of Tennessee. Where's she? And here's what I want to say also about the cell data. And this is critical, and I know you didn't miss it, but I have to say it. John Kramer. It's an interesting thing, the phenomena of excusing some for inconsistencies, but never matter. Like, their witnesses sit up here and say, I need my report to refresh my recollection about dates, and we say, of course, dates are hard to remember. Matt gets something slightly wrong, and he's a killer. And so how do we know when John really did see her? Because if he didn't see her on the 25th, what he told you is he saw her the day before. So it takes me to get the location data up on the screen to show that Emily is in Butyl, Ohio, the day before at 9:39 a.m. Then I have to ask Detective Grubbs, how far is Butyl? Hour and a half each way. This is why it is dangerous for the state to have tunnel vision. I know they want John Kramer to see her on May 24th. I know they do. But guess what? John Kramer saw her on the 25th when she went for.
M. Spires, before she goes to bed, says, "Why is grass so dangerous? Because it's full of blades."
And good night,
Good night,
Inspire.
sweet Prince.
Take your bow.
Get out of here.
a walk. And he was the last person to see her. He was the last person to see her. We know that from the cell data. We know that from the cell data, that he saw her on the 25th. And now they want to say that he retracts that. Members of the jury? You need to look no further than Defendant's Exhibit G to know that is absolutely not true. Another Defendant's Exhibit, Westerville press release, released on May 26th. May 26th. Emily Noble, 52, was last seen around 9 a.m., Monday, May 25th. They just told you in their closing argument that John Kramer right away withdrew his statement. That's not true. It's just not true. It's not true. And you're smarter than that. And you know what else? I wrote down in the statement, God love the body cam. Couldn't agree more, but isn't it interesting that in their burden of proof, they didn't actually follow and give you the Hollis interview with John Kramer outside on the body cam? I know you're smart enough to notice that. They cut that out. Because remember, Hollis goes outside and interviews Kramer, and he comes back inside and tells Matt, the neighbor says he saw her between 9 and 10. And I'm going to show you that clip. I'm going to show you that clip. Where, if you gotta love the body cam, where is it? Show it to us, because it's your bird.
I love how animated she is. She doesn't do it in a way that is annoying to me.
All this stuff about staging. Staging. First of all, Dr. Smock. I think in closing they said that Dr. Smock is the most experienced or qualified expert that you heard from. I'm going to let that sit there. Judge is going to tell you that reasonable doubt is doubt based on reason and common sense, and it's the kind of doubt that you would rely and act upon in the most important of your affairs. Heather Garvin, when I asked Dr. Heather Garvin, who is a board-certified forensic anthropologist, how many citations or articles or literature did Dr. Smock put in his report? She said none. So I just compare this as an analogy. If you go to a doctor and they say, you say, I got a pain in my knee, and they say, let's open you up, give you surgery. Don't you say, maybe we should take x-rays? Maybe we should do a little investigation? Maybe we should get a second opinion? Not with Dr. Smock, because he says, they say, those studies are meaningless. And then they spent all this time talking to you about how there isn't a study of a 100-pound woman with the bilateral fractures from a hanging. I mean, how much do we hear about that? Well, if that's the case, when you go back in the deliberation room, look through all these exhibits, and look your notes, and check and see where is the article that a 100-pound woman with bilateral fractures died of manual strangulation. Where is that article? Or better yet, where is the article that says that I can have a USB cord wrapped around my throat in a way that we don't really know, and then as I collapse and I decompose and my head drops from the decompression, that the ligature doesn't move, or that the weight of my head, 10 to 12 pounds, is my skull. Remember how much pressure you needed, right, to kill yourself. Less than 10 pounds. The skull alone is 12 to 10, or 10 to 12. And then I guess in closing, Mr. Sleeper said, Miss Menashe got on the ground and she didn't even know how to show you. I completely agree, because I have no idea. Who knows? He said in his closing argument, you probably, during the beginning of this trial, sat there and thought, what was going on? I submit to you, you're still sitting here thinking, what is going on? Who knows? We don't even know how the ligature was around her neck, because there are no photos. And they want to talk about this perimortem trauma. I'm going to go there for a second. We know that perimortem trauma is days, weeks, or months. Within that time frame is September. September is months. That's why it's so important. And here's what else you know. Pull that cord out. It's like this, 4 to 5 inches. It's like this long. Which means that when Chad Holcomb went to cut it, He cut one side first, real close, because you never heard him say, I cut both sides at the same time, or two of us cut. And what happens when one side gets cut, right? The weight of the branch deflects, and now we know 3 inches. Do you not think that the branch pulled her up? And then we had the man, Charlie Carlson, that said, I held on to her with, and that's why I said, put your hand up. And this isn't videoed or documented. We have nothing. We have nothing. And how many times did people say how fragile her bones were? Peri-mortem is within that month frame time. Now again, I don't have the burden to prove that she killed herself. But that's the significance of the peri-mortem. And this is the staging. I'm just sorry, going back. Won't surprise you. Jumped around. Please, this picture is everything. It's everything because this has all been made out to be so horrific, right? Well, what really happened is Emily went to nature to find her peace. And you'll see that in the counseling records. Because that's where she found peace. She went there, and she grabbed her ankles. And you know why she grabbed her ankles? So that she wouldn't stop herself from killing herself. And that's what you do. That's what you do because you know that when you kill yourself, your natural instinct is going to be to stop it. That ankle is grabbed. And here's what else we know. In terms of the mastermind criminal mind over here, there's alcohol in the water bottle. Her vape pen is in her left pocket. And a vape pen on her left side within her reach. Do you know what we do, what's common sense when we're in moments of real stress? We turn to our vices. Right? We turn to our vices. And here's else what we do. So if we're going to kill ourselves, we don't want anyone to know. We don't take an orange cord in the garage. Because we know she's wearing leggings with pockets. We take something that fits in our pocket. So that we can go on our walk with our water bottle. And no one will think anything otherwise. And in fact, she was right. Because John Kramer saw her going for a walk, and he didn't see anything abnormal. I want to talk about the science, and then just about Matt. The credibility, or lack thereof, is for your determination. Again, I can't say it enough. I feel like this whole trial, 40-some minutes of the prosecutor's closing argument was about how this isn't a suicide. We don't have a burden. But with respect to your job as a juror, it's to determine the credibility of every witness. And the judge has already told you that you can believe, disbelieve, any, all, or none of a witness's testimony. That's totally up to you as a juror. I submit to you why this is so important, and why Dr. Garvin, not just because she was asked to do the work of reviewing Dr. Agnew's report, but why I went through the age and the ancestry and the other things, is because if someone isn't doing their work, best practices, according to what should be done in forensics, right, that goes to their credibility. That goes to the weight that you should give their testimony. And here's what we know about Dr. Agnew's report and the other experts in this case. We know that there's the Montgomery County Coroner's report, there's Dr. Agnew's report, there's Dr. Smock's report, and there's the death certificate. Every single one of these, Dr. Smock, Montgomery County, and the death certificate, relied on Dr. Agnew. They told you that. Every single one of these. And members of the jury, I know how annoying it can be. And sometimes with my histrionics and my garbage in, garbage out, and my things. You know what? This is why I said it. This is why I said it in fourth year. This is garbage in, garbage out. You heard from a board-certified forensic anthropologist who said there are no peri-mortem fractures to the nose. None. With respect to the peri-mortem fracture to the hyoid and thyroid, she said that anthropologically they appear peri-mortem. We don't know when those breaks happened, though. We don't know. And if we don't know and you don't know, that's reasonable doubt. And so here's the thing about garbage in, garbage out. If Agnew goes, they all go. And the judge is going to give you an incredibly important instruction about that. He's going to tell you about experts. Give me 1 second, because I don't want to misstate it. Thought I highlighted it. He's going to tell you, members of the jury, it's similar to the instruction that you can believe, disbelieve any, all, or part of a witness's testimony, is that if you don't believe Agnew, and the other experts relied upon that opinion, they all go. And John Bolte and Heather Garvin, we have no burden to call them. And I do want to address, in case a member of the jury goes in the back and says, well, Ms. Menashe in opening said that she was going to call some other witnesses. I don't have a burden. And there is no question that I stood up here in opening and said I was going to call other witnesses. But here's the thing. I didn't need to. I just didn't need to. It's not my burden. I don't need to assume a burden. Heather Garvin directly refuted Dr. Agnew and is much more experienced and qualified than Dr. Agnew. And they want to kind of dismiss the peroxide sitting at OSU. And I do want to say, because I just want to say this about how Dr. Garvin didn't view the bones. You never heard any testimony that the state offered my expert to see the bones, or that they made the bones available to my expert. And if you're considering the fact that she didn't see the bones, I ask you to consider the absence of that evidence. Did they make them available? Let's talk lastly about Matt Moore. We heard a lot, I guess, the usual suspects. He's a mastermind. He's the same guy, and we're all, if we're not parents, we're siblings and we're children. And he's the same guy that's writing out a statement and asks how you spell the word couch. He asks how you spell memorial. And Matt, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but he's the same guy that reads while he's writing. When he's writing, he's reading what he's writing. And we all know, as people that have been around children, what that means. And he is clearly, right, not seemingly the most sophisticated person. You've heard him speak a number of times. He uses things like, well, I mean, she's okay for a crazy woman, right? Like, these are the kind of expressions that he uses. It's this same man, though.
You can't say that part loud, Jamie.
What?
She's okay for a crazy woman.
I mean,
Because that's...
I like
I
that
can't
she's like,
say it
no
because
disrespect, Matt, but I have to tell him how ridiculous you are.
Again, I'm a well-known, international, famous massage therapist. But again, aren't they all a little bit cray-cray?
Sometimes. Well, I mean, she's just trying to put it into perspective of like how he speaks, but
Yeah,
it does
I know.
sound goofy. No. Marissa said, "Is she calling him?" What did you say? Remarted?
Yeah, because she can't say late in French.
Oh, I said late in French earlier, so.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, my client is Forrest Gump.
He's just a simple-minded Joe.
And how do you think we get this way? If I knew, I would fix it. I'm sorry, side-eye, but I think it's the Flint, Michigan water. Maybe it's because of men, because we're crazy as well.
That would be able to stage a scene, figure out to put the alcohol in the water bottle, put the vape pen next to her because she's left-hand dominant, would tie her shoes so tight that they wouldn't come off, would put her hair tie around her wrist, would take off one of her necklaces, because there's two in the picture on the 24th. He's that same guy. I also just ask you to think about one of the other things that you heard today from Dr. John Bolte. Because remember in the video how he tied the knot close to the branch, and then the basket slipped and the knot actually went tight? Look at those photos, right? Look at those photos, because we know that the branch is taller than 6'3", 6'4". We know that. The cord is slung over the branch. It's not knotted at the top. And if you're going to actually stage a suicide and hang someone from a branch and you're 6 feet tall and the branch is like right here, you knot it to make sure it stays up, don't you? Look at that. She flung it over. With respect to his statements about I didn't do it, he was obviously in the back of the police cruiser being read as Miranda. I don't know if there's one of us that wouldn't say I didn't do it. The use of past tense in the word gone, I obviously cross-examined the detective on the word gone, and his apparent alleged inconsistencies. He's actually been completely consistent about the fact that they came home, during these hours when he's now at the park allegedly killing her, that he was sleeping, that he got up about 1:31 to go pee, to go to the bathroom, and that he was on his phone intermittently the rest of the night. The cell data shows all that. So the time period they're using against him is the time period when he said he was sleeping, when most of us would be. We know that they were out drinking. It was her birthday, and they'd had a long day because they had gone to Buchtel and then his father's house and then out to celebrate, and we're now home. it goes back to that kind of when Matt is slightly inconsistent, we convict him, or rather we want to convict him. When John Kramer's inconsistent, absolutely not here, but here he's truth-telling. When the detectives are inconsistent, we excuse the behavior. It just can't have it both ways. So I want to play a couple snippets. Well, first of all, before I do, I want you to remember this. The mastermind, showing you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit X1. Remember when he did this? Remember when he did this? And this. And then in this one, when he turns his hands over. And then in this one, when he looks him straight on so he can see his face. Now, as I close, I just want to say that there's a lot made of Matt's use of words or the controlling mastermind. But there's one thing that we all know, common sense tells us, is we can't control our spontaneous reactions to things. We see something, we react. Nobody's smart enough to be able to control that. So I want to play for you 2 clips. We're going to play the clip when Officer Hollis comes back in the house after having just interviewed John Kramer. Look at his reaction. Oops, I need volume.
All right. So we found a little bit of information. We still don't know where she is. Yeah, around 9, 10 o'clock. He went.
I didn't notice that he was very positive and yes, and awesome when we saw it the first time.
I didn't either, and that's kind of telling to me.
Yeah.
About his business. 51. Okay.
He saw her. She's alive. I want to play a second clip. When Matt comes out of his house, and he thinks he sees Emily. And this is, of course, on the 25th when he's called 911.
Hey, how you doing? This her? Yeah. That's your wife? Oh. Okay. You look just like her for like a second. Oh my God, there's you. Okay. And more. No, I'll try all this.
Look at how he was, just for a second, I thought it was you. And you remember asking me to ask Celeste, you look like Emily, don't you? And in that first video, he says, oh, thank you, right, with his hand. And in the second video, it's like the shock almost took him over and he put his hand on his stomach. Nobody's that smart. And not Matt. But nobody's that smart. Members of the jury, I just want to close. I know that the state will get up here and they'll have a significant amount of time to rebut what I just said. And that's the way the process works. Nothing they can say, though, will change the fact that what they've given you is purely speculation. And I've honestly, in all these years, I've never done a trial where the judge has allowed jurors to ask questions before. But as I was thinking about my closing and how I wanted to end it, I thought about my ask of you as a jury. I ask you that when you go into that room, you ask yourselves, whomever you pick as your foreperson, write down all the questions you still have. Right? All the questions you still have. Put them on the piece of papers like you did so diligently over the last 7 days, and put them all in the middle of the table. Because that stack of questions, those questions that are unanswered, those are reasonable doubt. Thank you.
You feel like you need a break right now? All right. We'll take a very short break, and then you'll hear the rebuttal from the state. Remember the court admonitions this time? We'll be back in 10.
Let's hear the great
When
rebuttal
you get up and close time,
from Poindexter.
I will now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to stand up here for an hour, 45 minutes. I will try my best to make it short and sweet because I know as the last person that you're going to hear from, I'm also the last person you want to hear from because that means the case is over and you can go back and talk amongst yourself for the first time in this case. But I've been doing this for a long time, maybe not as long as opposing counsel, and when you get up in closing and you say, look over here, look over here, look up here, look down here. That's what that closing was.
Yeah,
It wasn't
because you
focused on
didn't show
evidence-
anything else.
Evidence that you actually heard from that witness stand. You see in all of these documents, this is the evidence. And that's what you are to render your verdict on, the evidence that you heard, the evidence that you saw, your judgment based on the credibility, your everyday tests that you use to determine the credibility of every witness. That's your job. That's what you render your verdict on. Now, counsel will hold up giant piles of paper and say, well, you don't know anything about this. Completely ignores the piles of paper here that'll be littered on your table as you walk through all the facts and circumstances of this case. The piles of paper in your lap from all the notes you've taken over the last 2 weeks. That's the evidence, and that's what we're going to ask you to focus on when rendering your verdict in this case. Now, counsel got up here and started off by saying, suicide versus homicide, that's what the state wants you to focus on. What she ignored or failed to explain is that the reason we want you to focus on those two elements is because those are the two arguments that have been made throughout the last 2 weeks. You have in your jury instructions a discussion about the facts, the elements of each of the crimes charged. You have part of your jury instruction a discussion about suicide, because that's what's being argued in front of all of you over the last 2 weeks. So this case is about suicide versus homicide, because if you find that Emily Noble did not commit suicide, or if you find that the defendant, Matheau Moore, committed the homicide, that's when we're going to ask you to reach that verdict. But the reason that's an important distinction to make is because if you don't find one, you find the other. This isn't an accident, as Mr. Sleeper said in the initial close. This isn't an accident where Emily was walking through the woods, she tripped, and accidentally hung herself. The evidence is clear based on pictures that you've seen from the scene over the last 2 weeks, and it's clear from what you're going to be able to see.
No, because she walked into the woods and did it on purpose.
Yeah.
And so it is paramount to understand that difference. Now, again, the focus during the last close that you heard from the defendant is, again, let's ignore the state's experts. That Dr. Agnew's report leads to all these other reports, and so if Dr. Agnew's report is garbage, then the rest of them are garbage. You've heard that over and over again for the last week or so when we've been referencing Dr. Agnew's report. The one thing that apparently, again, didn't feel the need to discuss is that Dr. Garvin, the defense's own expert, agreed with the paramount parts of Dr. Agnew's report. So it's not garbage. It's not throw Agnew, and I apologize, you're not going to get as much theatrics out of me, and you haven't over the last 2 weeks. I'm not going to throw pages on the ground to emphasize my point. That's not me. But to suggest that Dr. Agnew's report is completely garbage, and so the rest of this is garbage, flies in the face of what the argument has been made over the last 48 hours, which is that, Agnew's report, which is that Dr. Garvin's opinion is the only one that matters here. But not only does Dr. Garvin, and you heard her testify, agree with Dr. Agnew's parts of the report, talking about perimortem fractures, bilateral fractures to the hyoid and the thyoid cartilage. That's what we're here for. That's the injury. That's what led to the death of Emily Noble. What you also heard from Dr. Garvin is that she agreed with portions of Dr. Smock's testimony. She admitted to you, yeah, I cited this study, but when asked about the specifics of that study that she based her entire opinion on when it relates to whether this could possibly be a suicide, she folded. You could tell from her body language as she sat in that chair. Again, body language that you all saw and body language that you all should consider. She did this. She put her arms across one arm, across the other arm. She shut down. It was difficult when answering questions. Mr. Sleeper had to ask specific questions, and then eventually she said, okay, I got these details, and it doesn't fit exactly what we have in this case. And then on redirect.
This is the problem. Even if you thought this was a homicide, how can they put his hands around her neck?
Exactly.
Because the window just doesn't fit. Oh, he killed her at night when they were out walking. But that guy said, I saw him. And again, he said it the morning after, the evening after, when the police come over. I believe when he said at around 6 o'clock at night, I saw her at 9 and 10 in the morning. He did see her at 9 and 10 in the morning. I don't believe he would be so confused. He said, oh, maybe it was yesterday. If someone says that at 6 o'clock at night, it's that day. 2 years later in a courtroom, you can do are you sure? Because, of course, people can then say, well, no, maybe it was the day before. Now you're mentioning it. My timeline is between 9 and 10 is the last time she's seen. I don't buy into that. Well, she went for a walk and he went after her at night and killed her. And again, how many biddies are in that neighborhood? How many ring cameras are in that neighborhood? Yeah. And he said he talked to her. He waved at her, said something, and she was happy and said hi to him. And not all mornings did she do that. So, yeah. So according to the new theory, he set up that elaborate scene with the dead in the night of the woods. Yeah, that's what it is. Hey, Dodo, 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 Dodo Dickerson. Did they ever take
Hey,
a look at
Dodo.
anyone else? No, they pinpointed it on him 2 days later without any evidence, without a body. So yeah, that's how it is.
All of a sudden, arms are moved. She's turning her chair, speaking to you all directly. And again, these are credibility determinations that you're all to make, and that's your job. Dr. Garvin also said on the stand that she was looking for something to refute Dr. Smock. And I highlight that to you because that's very different than when she first started testifying. They said, well, you don't know what you're going to get. When someone contacts me, they don't know what kind of report they're going to get. Could be good, could be bad, could be otherwise. That's my job. It's very different than sitting there and telling you all that she was looking for something to refute Dr. Smock. And you ask yourself, why would she be looking, or why would the defense be looking to refute Dr. Smock? And I would submit to you that's because Dr. Smock told you exactly what happened in this case. Now, Dr. Smock, you'll have his report. He didn't cite to a whole bunch of studies. Dr. Garvin cited to a bunch of studies that we learned later on during the examination were bunk, but Dr. Smock didn't list a whole bunch of studies in his report, but what did he do? He sat there, answered questions from counsel, cross-examination questions. She certainly asked him questions about his background, his experience. And he sat there and he told you that all these years of his experience, handling strangulation cases, he went through his CV, which is 50, 60, 70, 80 pages, as a lot of these CVs are. I would probably suggest you don't read all of those from front to back, but feel free. Dr. Smock sat there, looked at all of you, and explained to you what he found in this case. What Dr. Smock told you is that this was not a suicide. He explained to you why. He showed you and demonstrated in that chair the cord. It's not possible to cause these injuries. He demonstrated that to you. He said that the cord is about 1/4 of an inch in diameter, and that there's a space in between the two bones where the fractures are from, the hyoid up here. And he demonstrated how you could find it on yourself, the thyroid cartilage, and he explained that to you. He explained to you that the factors in this case, in Emily Noble's case, why we're all here, why we've been here for the last 2 weeks, point to this not being a suicide. Her weight, not possible. He explained that to you. That in his experience, over dozens of years, not possible. He explained to you that the ligature, again, not possible. He explained to you that all those factors that Dr. Garvin supposedly relied on in the study that she cited, those are factors that all weighed in favor that this is not possible. And he told you that not a single study in his research, his years and years of experience, ever found a situation where someone under 100 pounds presented with those 4 fractures. Bilateral fractures of the hyoid, bilateral fractures of the thyroid cartilage. Now, although Dr. Garvin wanted to find something to refute Dr. Smock, I think it's clear from her testimony she didn't. She didn't. So not only did she tell you that was what she was trying to do, but she also admitted on the stand she wasn't able to. So we ask you to take that in consideration when judging the testimony of Dr. Smock and the testimony of Dr. Garvin. Now, you also heard testimony from Drs. Richmond, Dr. Hickman. They explained to you their portion of this case. You were just told on the closing of the defense that there are no pictures, nothing to suggest where the ligature was, whether there was a knot. And I would submit to you that's completely false. Look at the pictures. The Montgomery County autopsy pictures, they show you pictures of the neck area. They show you that the 2 cords that went under Emily Noble's neck were intertwined. One went off her back. You can see from the pictures where the cuts were made by BCI when they went out to the scene. And you can also see in the imaging that they did, exactly where those cords were. You also heard testimony from Dr. Hickman that there was no knot. So to suggest...
I think he lives for testifying, and he still didn't have a website.
There are no pictures, and there are a lot of pictures, is completely false. Look at the pictures. Look at all of them.
I'm going to
the ones that were
get
taken
a
on the
smug
scene,
haircut the next time.
the ones that were taken during the autopsy, And yes, you may have to look at multiple pictures from different points in time. I'll admit that. But do that. And what you'll find is it's clear how the ligature went around.
I think they took pictures of it when he right after he cut it, but not the cutting itself. So before and after pictures, but not really anything other than that.
Her neck. It's clear there was no knot. And the reason that's important is because, again, all of the studies, the study that Dr. Garvin cited to, the study that was shown by counsel during the questioning of Dr. Smock as well as Dr. Garvin, the factors in this specific case, the only factors that matter to you all,
Well, it can't get
were
dry
not
on
considered in
hand.
those studies. The unrebutted testimony of Dr. Hickman and Dr. Richmond is that Emily Noble died of multiple injuries to the head and neck. Dr. Richmond told you about the hyoid bone and how at that point, that's when they transferred the body from transferred the body to Ohio State to continue to evaluate. And Dr. Hickman's testimony on the death certificate is that the death was caused due to manual strangulation. Something that he told you, he determined this was not a suicide a week or so after he initially reviewed items, prior to receiving Dr. Smock's testimony, and it was not until later on when that official determination was made and he sat in that chair and explained to you the process, how that process played out, and that's what caused the delay in the time as opposed to just waiting for Dr. Smock's report. Ladies and gentlemen, those are some of the experts that you heard from. You are going to get and you have in your jury instructions that you are to review their testimony amongst yourselves. You determine credibility as you do with any other witness, and you assign the weight that you think is necessary based on all of those reviews. And I think it's clear that you should be putting weight on Dr. Smock's testimony. Dr. Smock, again, as Dr. Garvin agreed with, his testimony,
Sure.
sitting in that chair telling you that this is not possibly a suicide. Now, it's easy in this type of case over 2 weeks to jump up and down, lay on the ground, do all types of theatrics, and I would submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that
We're trying to call
at the end of
Diane
this case,
out.
regardless of the outcome, Emily Noble is gone. She's gone now. She was gone when the defendant called the police and said she was gone. She was gone when he reached out to her sister and said Emily Noble is gone, and she's gone today. This is a serious case, and I think that's demonstrated by the fact you heard 2 weeks of testimony. Now, making the distinction between suicide and homicide, as I mentioned, is extremely important. And as we diligently outlined in our first close and went through the evidence, and I'm not going to rehash that now, I think it's clear from the evidence, from the testimony of everyone that you heard from around Emily Noble's life, there's not a single shred of evidence whatsoever that suggests she would have committed suicide. Not only that, not a single shred of evidence that she would have committed suicide on that special day that she has between her and her sister. Where is it? It doesn't exist.
Where's
That's not what
the
happened in this
rules that
case.
says she
What
wouldn't?
happened in this case is that the defendant, her husband, Matheau Moore, murdered her, killed her. And that is why she's gone. So let's talk about that. Now, again, you were shown a giant stack of documents and said, look at all these messages, and they just want to show you these little flimsy handful of messages. And I submit to you because those messages outline what's happening in that 6-month period prior to Emily being killed. But I'd submit to you, when you review those messages leading up, and just a few weeks before the defendant calls police, calls 911, 8 hours after he's awake, is that his words, my marriage is over. But you'll also hear from the messages you heard from the testimony from Emily Noble is that I'm not wearing my wedding rings. Now, I'd submit to you, those are pretty important statements to consider when reviewing the other facts and circumstances of this
But
case.
she was on the day
Not the
she
messages
did it.
about maybe 8 months later, what do you want for dinner? 9 months later, I'm cooking dinner. Even 7 months later, what are we doing tomorrow? The statements that you were presented are statements that are directly related to this case, relevant to this case, to what happened in this case. And that's why you should give it its due weight. Now, what counsel said towards the tail end of her closing argument is that Emily wanted to find peace in the woods and the forest, and that's what she did. Now, we'll talk a little bit more about some of the other facts and circumstances, but ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that she couldn't find peace in the forest if she wanted to. She had no light source. She had nothing that could illuminate the area where she was found. And that brings me and want to draw your attention to the scene that was found.
Because she went there in the
When you heard
morning,
original
dummy.
statements made by Mr. Moore, he suggests, well, I left the room at 1:30, went to the bathroom, slept in the other room, and when I woke up the next morning, 10, 11 a.m., she was gone. Suggesting that Emily, at some point in the middle of the night, when it's dark out, early morning hours when it's dark out, went to this wooded area that you heard testimony from the three ladies that found her about how it's dark in there, you can't see anything, and they explained to you what that looked like. You all were in the woods. You all saw the exact area where Emily was found. You were there in the middle of the afternoon. So you can discuss amongst yourselves if it was easy to see, if it was hard to see. It's different when you're standing on the street looking up at the sun than when you're 50 yards in, 50 feet in, 60 yards in, whatever the amount was, in this wooded area. Not only that, but instead of being there at 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you have to think that, according to the defendant's statement, to the middle of the night, early hours in the morning, and nothing was found. There's been a lot of
You
discussion
never
about
said
water
she
bottles,
left at night.
cigarettes. But the one thing you didn't hear is
You
there
just
was
didn't see
no
her.
cell phone,
Jeez, oh Pete.
no flashlight, no other light source. And that's an important fact. The reason that's an important fact is because I'll agree with you, or I'll agree with counsel. Matheau Moore's not a criminal mastermind. He messed up. He screwed up. And the reason we know that is from Officer House's body cam. Now, when Matheau Moore murdered Emily in the woods, obviously he would have needed a light source, would have needed something to find his way out of the woods, to climb that real steep hill, trying to get up out of the woods, make his way back home. And unfortunately for him, the one thing he didn't leave behind, besides the water bottle and all the other things, was the light source. He took the flashlight home with him. And we know that because then when he called the next day, reported that Emily was missing, and was showing the officer and telling the officer this story, this storyline, the timeline that keeps changing every time he's asked about it.
Yours
About
keeps changing.
2 hours into that, during a time period that Officer House testified he's out in his car, there's nobody else coming and going from the house other than the defendant. It's during that time period that a flashlight appears in the back of the garage. And again, that's the same area that now Matheau Moore.
They are so hooked on that fucking flashlight that they haven't talked about.
Okay, when you say flashlight, it keeps sounding like flashlight. You've said it a couple times, and I'm like,
Jamie, this is a good Christian channel. We don't say flashlight. And this is such a stupid thing. So she walked out. First of all, they didn't believe she took a walk at night. That was what they said in their previous closing argument. Why would she take a walk that night? Then all of a sudden she did take a walk with the flashlight, or he followed her with the flashlight, and then he punched her in the face, staged the crime scene in the woods perfectly at, what was it, 10 o'clock at night? He did all of that and staged everything perfectly with a flashlight. We saw how bad the lighting was in that area on the video, and that was in daytime, of course in the autumn, but still. This was in May. It'll be dark at night.
well, summertime, it's still, I can't remember when. I hate daylight savings time. It throws me off. I don't know when it starts getting stays lighter until 9:30. But
Yeah,
regardless.
And then you go into a dense wooded area that gets dark 2 hours before.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is is it just me, or does their story keep changing? First it was in the house. Now it's he did it at 9 o'clock at night when she went for a walk. He went and offed her in the woods. I don't understand what they're trying to say with anything.
So you are disgusting. And the bush was thick. Again, he's if she has the flashlight, flash, I'll try and over enunciate it. Flash.
Well, it's already in my head. Every time you say it, that's what I hear. So you just do your thing.
If he had the flashlight and he followed her, wouldn't she see, oh, honey, you came with a flashlight. Why do you want me to go into the woods? There's poison ivy and it's really thick in there. You want to have smexy time in there. We're not having smecks anymore. Is that their theory? Or, oh, I found this special little place where truffles only put their heads up. at night, so let's go in there with the flashlight and look for it. No, it makes no sense. Did she take the flashlight? Why would she go into the wooded area? Did he come and push her in there, dragged her in there, where all the scrapes on her body? You cannot move a 100-pound body, dead weight, into a densely wooded area where every witness has said we didn't go in there because it was so dense, without getting scrapes on her body and his body.
Yeah. And that neighbor said he did see her outside. I think he said he saw her outside that night, but she was just walking around, but she was still in her clothes, I thought, from when they went out.
Yeah.
So now you have to say he dressed her or she got dressed in her own walking clothes with her tennis shoes and all that stuff. And then they went out for a walk or whatever. So
Yeah,
there's a
so
whole
she went out
clothing
alone.
change too.
She went out alone, said hey to the neighbor, came back in, changed her clothes, took him with her with a flashlight, went down there, and he said, hey, honey, let's go in and see if we can find some bark. And they went into an area where they would have been cut up going in there. And he has no marks on him the next day. He then punches her in her face so she passes out and strings her up. Or what's more likely, the neighbor saw her the next morning, because I don't believe if he told them at 6 o'clock the same day, I saw her this morning, that he didn't see her this morning. No one can tell me that.
Yeah. No.
You could never carry someone like that. You could never carry someone in that bush without getting crazy cuts and scratches. No, because he's not a big guy, and 100 pounds as a sack of potatoes on your shoulder is a lot. When I was a young strapping baker, the heaviest bags we were allowed to have was 66 pounds of flour, and I could double shoulder those, so I could have carried her weight. But then you have to go into an area where you have to clear the brushes, and you have to bring the flashlight, you have to bring the cord, you have to change her clothes if she didn't went in and changed it at night, even though the neighbor saw her in the other clothes. And then you have to stage the scene, and everything has to be perfect. And you don't get one scratch on you. I'm not buying it.
Nope.
Plus, why would he set it up just like his son passed? Exactly. It makes no sense. Irma Thurman as Poison Ivy was hot. She was hotter in The Producers as Helga, whatever her name was. Young Baker smexy with all those muscles. No, I was an idiot. That's why I have a bad back today, because normally I would take like a 25 kilo and a 30 kilo, and then I would run upstairs. Really dumb. Well, that's the other thing. Did she go in there voluntarily? Why would she go into a dark forest at night? What argument did I have something? Do I have a loose string? It feels like it. What argument did he make that he said, "Oh, honey, let's go into the woods, to this weird embankment area where there's nothing around"? Forestering in the middle of the night, that doesn't seem plausible. Or did he punch her in the face and drag her in there and didn't leave one mark? People were in that area the next day looking for her. You would have seen the drag marks, or you would have seen the brush being disturbed, because, again, potato sacking 100 pounds through a densely brushed area, it makes no sense. Stay safe, Rianne. Maybe she wanted to see if fairies were real, but fairies live in Iceland. And thank you so much, Peaches, for gifting 5 Broken Baker memberships to Christina Vax, Miss Jessica, Julio, Kayla, and Dunbo 679. Thank you so much. Peaches. I could see the old neighbor helping her to unalive. I didn't get that sus vibe from him. I'm sorry, I didn't. Yeah, apparently Britain is being hit by a bad storm today, so stay safe over there. They put out a severe warning. We're getting a lot of. We're probably getting it the night between Friday and Saturday. So Saturday they are warning, don't drive. Guess who has to go drive for 2 hours on Saturday? This idiot. Everyone needs some Baker Hume in their life. They do. They really do. But sadly, people don't get it.
Highlighting, saying, "Oh, look at this cord. This cord doesn't belong here. I might be crazy."
Did he say, I just can't quit you? Nine miles per hour winds, heavy rain and snow ice. Oh yeah, watch out! The northern part of Jutland, they have put out warnings because icicles has formed, and people need to watch out for that.
But this cord doesn't belong here. And it's not only the fact that that light is, the flashlight is there, the cord is moved, but go back and watch that, and go back and listen to what he says.
Yes, sir.
It's not a situation where, oh, I was moving things around and I realized this didn't belong, this cord didn't belong.
Oh, and thank you so much, Mendori, for a rumble rant. Did you take your heart medications today? You have to calm down. No, I'm perfectly fine. Again, I have my heart rate is 88 right now. It was 146 when I was doing dance class. But I hate when the state is this dishonest. That's my big problem. I really despise a state that changes their story, because then they don't have a story if they have to change it. And Slidey Pie makes a good point. The grabbing of the ankle, how do you say it's that one? That seems really weird.
Yeah.
How would he, if he knocked her out, how is he forcing her hand closed on the ankle? Remember,
Yeah, and it went in her pants and through out and at her ankle. So yeah,
yeah,
how would he know?
she was seated in kind of this position with her hands inside of her pants, grabbing her ankle. How the hell do you do that? That's yeah. I don't buy this. He said, grab your ankles while I strangle you. Oh, Ariel, you solved the crime. Why didn't I think of that? Hey, can you just stay really still and just grab your ankles? Why?
Yeah, get in this position and don't keep those ankles tight.
Can we get a honey bun emoji? I will try and do it. I've been a little preoccupied most mornings this week, so I'll try and figure it out.
Officer House specifically asked him, did you touch anything? Did you move anything? And Matheau Moore says, no. You didn't touch anything. You didn't move anything.
Did someone just mourn?
I would submit to you that that was one lie of many lies that occurred over the period that Officer Hollis was there and throughout this investigation. And the reason that is important, not only because I believe the evidence shows that it's a lie, but that's the information that the Westerville Police Department is getting in that moment. The information they're getting is the information that Mr. Moore is providing them. And Consul wants to make show of a press release that went out the next day and other information that Westerville Police may have gotten wrong. Now, looking back at it years.
It sounded like someone was just he's keep talking. Maybe someone farted really slowly.
I wish.
But think about
I
what
feel
Westerville
that way,
Police
though.
is doing in that moment. On the
Shut up
25th,
already.
26th. They're looking for a missing person. The only information that is being provided to them at that time is information provided by Mr. Moore, because he's the last one that saw her alive. So to suggest that, well, Westerville, they were just shoddy police work, they didn't know what they were doing, they got this time wrong, this date wrong in this press release, I'd submit to you that the information that they were working on to find Emily Noble alive was information that was provided by Matheau Moore. Now, you were also just shown a video of Mr. Moore's demeanor when he finds out information from Officer Hollis that the neighbor may have seen Emily that morning. Now, lots been made about the thumping of his chest, the excitement. And I ask you again, go back and watch the body cam. Closing argument is not evidence, just like closing argument for the defense is not evidence. The evidence is what you heard from that box, what you have in the exhibits. And go back and watch that body cam. And think to yourself, what new information did Officer Hollis just provide the defendant? Nothing. Nothing was new. According to Matheau Moore's statement, he woke up at 1:30 in the morning, went in the other room, woke up around 10 or 11, and then Emily must have gotten up and left at that point. So think to yourself, why would now hearing that somebody else may have seen Emily get up that morning, the same thing that the defendant said, that's not new information? Is that the reaction you would have if you were just told, hey, maybe you were right? Or is that the reaction that you give?
Oh, shut
you
up.
find out, well, I might get away with this.
Oh my God. I knew he was going there.
Oh, we might have found her, but so grateful. No, it was really my secret plan worked.
Yep. I'm gonna get away with it, and they will never find me.
I'm so smart. How many consecutive emails sent in one day with no reply is too many because I've received 6 already from the same person. Block that asshole. Monchichi looks unsure.
May have seen her this morning, or thinks they saw her this morning. So
I
go back and
miss
watch the body cam
Monchichi.
footage. Think about the timing. We talked about an opening.
Monchichi
that,
and
again,
Poindexter
you don't just
and
fast
the
forward to the
elected
end, see the
DA.
ending, and make your decisions. You got to look at all of the pieces as they fit together. And so it's not only important to hear what the defendant said, but it's important to look at his demeanor, his body language, and how those actions, what is happening around that. And that's no different than the cell phone records. What's happening around that? What information do we have, or what information does police have up to that point? Does his reaction seem like it's towards something, new information that was given to him, or something different? And then going forward. So please, diligently review that timeline. And I'd submit to you that that's not the demeanor of someone that is excited, that maybe his wife left that morning. That's the information he gave police. But it's something different. You also heard that, or saw a video of Matheau Moore seeing Celeste groan when she came to the scene, and Officer Hollis said, "Is that your wife?" And he, I thought that was her for a second. Again, ladies and gentlemen, is that someone that's got the reaction of, maybe that's actually her? Or is that someone that acts like that they may have just seen a ghost? They see
No,
someone
oh
and
my
they look at his
God.
wife, he knows it's not her. If he was that worried
Oh,
about
she's
his wife,
back.
he certainly would have
My
spent the
my
10,
plan is
15 minutes
spoiled.
to walk down the street to the walking path that she did
I hate this
regularly.
guy.
But no, he didn't do that. He didn't do that either. So ask yourself, these are all pieces and things that
Let it all out,
get
man.
thrown around.
His face says
Things
it
that are,
all.
well, look at this over here, look at this over here. But it's important to look at them sequentially as they're happening. As Prosecutor Sleeper said, last week you may have been looking at pieces of evidence and thinking, how does this all tie together? And that's your job now as the jury. As any case, and I'm sure Ms. Benaschi will agree that we, in our minds, have an idea of how a case should proceed, and we try to keep it as linear as possible, and sometimes that's just not possible. But the reliance is on the jurors to take notes, to speak amongst themselves. The reliance is on counsel to get up in closing and to tell you exactly what sequentially is happening. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what you'll see in this case, and it's been presented over the last 2 weeks, and you'll see when you review the evidence, is that, again, the defendant's not a mastermind, but you can see something that you all have probably seen in your normal day-to-day lives, is that one lie leads to another lie, leads to another lie, leads to another lie. You can see
Almost
that
like his closing arguments.
right away, again, in Officer House's body cam.
Exactly.
The defendant comes up with a story about this beautiful day he spent with his wife the day before. And I want you to believe that she committed suicide that next morning. Spent this beautiful day with his wife. They had sex that night. He woke up at 1:30, and then the next day she was gone. Again, you can see from the body cam that Officer Hollis, who's been doing this for a long time, is seeing things that don't fit with what the defendant is saying. He looks in, sees that the bed is made, immediately says that, and you can see the reaction of the defendant. It's like,
Do you mean the 2025 craziest court case? Or because 2026 is kind of new.
I just saw that. I just saw that. Thanks for pointing that out. She must have made the bed this morning. And then you can go in there, he goes in there, takes pictures during the search warrant, go in there with the body cam, you can see the bed, and we submit to you, it's clear that nobody slept in that bed.
Yes.
Just another example of a lie. And fast forward, short period of time later with Officer Hollis in that same bedroom, Mr. Moore is now saying, well, she made the bed, but the pillows are out of sorts, so she must, the pillows don't make sense. Another lie. Sleeping pill. I took a sleeping pill, sending that to his friends, to Arturo in the text messages in the early hours of that night. And it's clear that from the phone records, which you'll have, and we ask you to review again, as painful as I'll admit it's painful, but please review those and looking at the timeline of all the events, that the defendant is clearly on his phone up till 4 in the morning, 4:30 in the morning, and then again at 8:30 in the morning. And the reason these details matter, details are important, because you have to compare that to the story that the defendant has been telling Officer Hollis initially when he first came out. He keeps adding on to, he keeps going along, adding different facts. The timing is all messed up. That he then, in his interview with detectives, is going through the timeline, and he immediately comes in and says, well, my time might be wrong, but here it is anyways. And when looking at the demeanor, and again, you ladies and gentlemen of the jury, your sole judges of credibility, look at the demeanor, use those everyday tests of truthfulness, the things you can do when you've got your 2 kids, if you have 2 kids telling you 2 different things, and you have to decide who's telling you the truth, use all those everyday tests. It's nothing special. And what you can see in the defendant's interview is clear. The facts and circumstances that aren't at issue. That Emily Noble, Matheau Moore went to Butte, Ohio, went to a few restaurants in Uptown. Listen to his demeanor as he's telling that to detectives. It's fast, it's sequential, it's clear. He's able to give specifics. And then as soon as detectives start asking him about after they get home, that's when the timeline falls apart. That's when it's, well, it could have been this time, it could have been that time.
Yeah, he's
Well,
just
I don't
repeating
remember.
what Monchichi was talking about, so it's annoying now.
It could have been that. And go back and review that. You can see the clear change. Because instead of getting in there and telling the truth about what's happening, now he has to make sure that not only is he saying, but he has to remember what he said before that, and before that, and before that. And it's clear you can see that story change and continue to evolve. You can also see that when detectives ask Mr. Moore about his marriage. He talks about it being an 8 out of 10. And then when detectives started asking him about specific messages, Emily taking her wedding rings off, then all of a sudden it's, well, there are ups and downs.
Well, yeah, you can have ups and downs and still feel like it's an 8 out of 10. It's not, that's not out of this world.
I had days that was 0s and days that was 10 in my relationship with my ex-wife.
Yeah, I think we all do.
Yeah.
So you could honestly be like, well, overall, yes, obviously we have some problems. We have some arguments. We don't agree on some things. But overall, it's a pretty good relationship.
And again,
Nothing is perfect.
it's this, how is he, well, he doesn't have a boyfriend, so, but if he had, how would his relationship be? On Monchichi's, even his mom doesn't like him. She keeps telling him, get a haircut. And how many of you, one in chat, if you have days that's better than the others in a relationship, because you went through trauma, you lost your son, and both of you are depressed. Maybe there are days that's perfect, where everything, finally, both of you have the energy. Let's go fill water bottles at that hippie spring so we can all get sick. Let's do that. And other days you are like, fuck this bitch. I just want to stay here, play FIFA.
Yeah.
Some days it's the same day.
Crazy. Oh, he said it was an 8 out of 10. And look at all these messages. Really, though, were those messages all that bad or uncommon in probably a situation that they were in my opinion? No,
And nothing new within the last month.
no.
I hate states like that. Tuba playing is harder with too much vodka. Ain't no lie in that one. I've done it a lot of times.
Again, when talking about specific things, facts that are not in dispute, there's one way of discussing these things with officers, detectives, and a far different way when pressed on specific facts and circumstances in that time period where Emily's missing and where Emily was killed. There's a discussion about some of the searches that were done in this case as well. And I'd submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that you did not hear a single shred of evidence from that witness stand, any of the documents, any search the defendant was involved in. Not prior to reporting her disappearance, that 6-hour window plus, where the defendant is sitting in that bedroom doing nothing except for being on his phone. Nothing during that, after the report to police, or any of the months after that. You heard from various witnesses that talked about the fact that they went on 10 plus searches and had never met Emily in their life. And I ask you to consider that when looking at the other facts and circumstances. Why would the defendant not want to be involved in the searches? Why would the defendant, who's pretty clear initially to the officers and the detectives that you need to search this area, you need to look in this area, this is a walking path, you should look in that area. Why would you not want to be involved in that search, and why would you have not searched that area prior to calling law enforcement? Again, ladies and gentlemen, we're not asking you to use special tests. We're asking you to use your everyday experiences. Use your common sense and put yourself in that situation. What would you do? Your loved one is
Actually,
missing for 30 minutes and you don't expect it.
I would think
Especially
somebody who did
if
something
you get up
bad
and you
would want to
see
be part of it.
wallets there,
Yeah,
cell phones there.
that's the thing with people who set fires. They always go back and look at the fire.
Yeah.
If
I mean, like-
if I knew my wife was on the east side of town, I would probably say she normally goes to the west side of town. Let's go to the west side of town. Look there. Let's go, everyone. I'm putting together a search team. Let's go look on the west side of town. Can't find anything. I'm so engaged. Have you seen that lady who disappeared where her husband and her family is asking if anyone saw her? And he seems super sus. I think it's Baltimore somewhere. I think she's
Yeah.
a school teacher. And he looks so sus. Again, it's body language, so it's
Well-
bullshit, but it's
But
just...
that's the whole thing. Is like,
I don't know where my wife is. I just want to find her. I really hope you're gonna find my wife again. So, sure, bro.
he was like, yes. No, but no, I just like, he's arguing that her not wanting to do anything means he's the killer, but like, I don't know. I would argue somebody wanting to be involved and know what's going on and do you have any information and let's go search together. It would be more suspicious, but hey, whatever. But again, like it's all up to your own perspective because what if they really just want to find her? Okay, whatever. But I feel like his situation is different for the fact that he's had somebody unalive themselves and he may have had the inclination that she didn't, or she did the same thing.
Yeah.
And he didn't want to go.
If he had gone looking for her, that would be wrong. He stayed at home. That was wrong. It's always wrong, no matter what
Yeah,
you do.
it's always wrong no matter what.
Yeah.
There. Cars
He is done in a
And it looks
couple
like
of
they just
minutes.
disappeared out of thin air. Do you wait 30 minutes before you do something? Do you wait an hour? Do you wait 6 hours before you even lift up a finger? Not until you call the friend, Celeste, who says, what are you doing? Call the police. Not until that happens do you eventually call police. You don't go on a walk in an area that you know she frequents. You don't want to go check to see if she tripped, hurt herself and can't get up, hit her head, had another medical episode. You don't do that for someone that you're married to, someone that apparently you love. Ladies and gentlemen, use your common sense. The reason that man didn't go on any searches is because he could not be the one to find her.
Or maybe because he found his dead son, he didn't want to be the one who found her.
Maybe he didn't want to roll up on what he didn't want to believe was true, in my
Again,
opinion.
what I said yesterday, I didn't want to find my mother or father dead. And it still sits in my body because I live in my dad's house now. And sometimes I drive over here, especially if I come at night, I get that, oh shit. He's been dead for a long time now, but I still have it in my body. Oh, I have to go check if he's alive. Because I have a lamp that when my phone gets within 100 meters of my house, it'll turn on. So there's always light in my house when I come home. And because the light is on when I come home, some nights when I'm tired and I'm just out of it, it'll switch on and say, oh, fuck, I have to go check if he's alive. It'll sit in your body. It's kind of like a body PTSD thing where you just, ugh. This is, yeah. I don't know if anyone has, but I have never heard about this case, so I'm looking forward to the prosecution. Yeah, trauma sticks with you in a weird way. Yeah, it's I don't know, kind of call it a body stress because I can feel it in my body, and I know with my rational brain, my dad passed away 5 years ago, and I know it because I was there. But still, because the light is on, and if I come home, especially if I've been up with my daughter, I've been driving those long hours, and you're a little loopy, and you come home, oh, the light's on, oh, I have to go check him. So, yeah. It's just we get weird sometimes. It's the same, I can't walk past my mom and dad's house because there's too many memories. I've been there twice since my dad moved out. I don't know. My husband is the biggest frolicker and detourer in the world. He always takes 5 times longer to do anything because he goes on side quest. I would probably wait a suspicious amount of time to call. Like my mom and dad in when they went to America, they stayed with our friends in Delaware, and then they drove into the Washington area, and then they drove south to go to Mount Vermont and Vermont, whatever it's called, the Franklin's old plantation. And then they drove into the mountains. And my mom and dad were, because, hey, what could ever go wrong in America? So they were like, no, we're turning on off the GPS, and we'll just drive. And then, oh, this road looks fun. Let's drive down that road. We're talking people in their 60s. And then at night, they would put the GPS on and punch in where they had to go. And I'm like, are you absolutely insane? Imagine doing that down in the hollows where Sue lives. If you just drive down one of those hollows, you will either be
Oh my
or
God.
pew, 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 pew. Mount Vernon, yes, Washington's home. Exactly like I said.
Oh my goodness.
Couldn't. And why couldn't he be the one to find her? Because as he said in his interview, that would make him look bad. And I understand that was in a different context, but he knows. If he's the one that finds her, how is he going to explain it?
Don't do that
I got
in
lucky?
court. Don't do that in court.
Speaking of getting lucky, how lucky is the defendant that he points Westerville police to the exact area that she commits suicide? Out of all the places, the eastern portion of those woods, anywhere, any of the walks that they would have gone on,
Oh, you
somehow
finally broke.
he knows that 4 months later, that's exactly where she's going to be found.
Did you see that?
As we put it in the first close, that makes Westerville Police Department look bad. They should have found her. But that makes the defendant look far worse. He knew exactly where she was. And he knew exactly where she was because that's where he put her. That's where he killed her. That's where he strung her up to make it look like a suicide. And he knew exactly where she was until she was found in September. Ladies and gentlemen, not only that, but as we pointed out, and as you've heard from the testimony, not only did the defendant not go on any searches, but while everybody else, people have never met Emily, law enforcement, is diligently looking for her alive, because at this point it's a missing persons case, a day or two after the report. That's when the defendant is not only not searching, but then suggesting that he's not ready to find a body in the woods. He's giving an interview saying, I didn't kill my wife. He's giving an interview where he's saying, I loved her, speaking in the past tense. The only person that is thinking of Emily Noble in those days after her report of being missing, the only person that is suggesting she's already dead, is that man sitting over there. And ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that the reason he's the only person is because the day that it happened, the day after, the 2 days after, up until the time in September when she was found, the only person that knew she was dead and murdered was that man, because he did it. And that's the defendant, Matheau Moore. Ladies and gentlemen, please, I understand this is a long 2 weeks. I understand there's a lot of evidence and a lot of things for you to consider. Take your time. Speak
sit
amongst
down.
yourself. Walk through the evidence. Walk through the timeline. The timing in this case is extremely important. We asked you to do that in opening, and I'm asking you to do that again. When counsel implored you to write down all your unanswered questions, fine. Do that. But ask yourself, what are the questions that matter in this case? Is the question of, were there bubbles in the water bottle, or was it something else? Are there questions about whether her shoes were tied once or twice? Are those the questions that relate to the elements of the offense, which is your job to go through, the elements of the offenses? Those are the questions that matter. Those are the questions that Dr. Smock answered for you. Those are the questions that Dr. Agnew answered for you. And honestly, those are the questions that Dr. Garvin eventually answered for you. So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please be diligent in your look through this evidence. And we are confident that after reviewing the evidence, the testimony of the last 2 weeks, you'll make the only finding in this case that the evidence supports.
Nope.
And that's a verdict of guilty on each count in front of you. Thank you.
Your case sucks. Bye.
So today we go on verdict watch at 7 hours and 24 minutes in. And they go home at 9 hours, so roughly 2 hours of deliberation that day.
Mhm.
And now I have to find the next stream in the line so we can figure out how long they did. Playlists. Oh, I have Lefty on my playlist. Whoa.
Oh, come on. He's not that bad.
Well, he's not that good either. That's day one. We don't want to go back to day one. I need day 8.
I think it's a short day, right?
They are gonna come back at. They're coming back the first time after an hour and 27 minutes. The light turns green. I don't know if it's a question, but we can go back and we can take a look. So an hour and 22 hours, so 3.5 hours is the first time that the green lights come on. 3 hours for the first green light. Let's see if it's a question or if it's a verdict.
Alrighty.
Nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. I have the audio on. Nothing's happening. It does seem like this must be the verdict. Nothing's happening. This goes on for about an hour. So they must have gone. It's still green. This is really weird. Okay, so 2 hours and 12 minutes. So roughly a 3.5, 4 hour verdict period. 3 hours, 3.5, 4 hours.
Have you reached your verdict, sir? All right, would you please hand them to...
Oh, before we go, Jamie, we need the poll.
Oh, yeah.
It seems like 6% is guilty, 94% is not guilty out of 83 votes. So 4% moved since yesterday. We had 80 votes yesterday, and it was 90-10. Let's see if they get this one right,
Let's
according
see.
to chat.
My staff members. Thank you. The court will now announce the verdicts. On sworn, find the defendant Matheau L. Moore not guilty of murder as he stands charged in count 2 of the indictment, dated 26 August 2022, and signed in ink by all 12 members of the panel. Verdict on count 3. We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant Matheau Moore not guilty of felonious assault as he stands charged in count 3 of the indictment, dated August 26, 2022, signed by all 12 members of the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot personally enough express my appreciation for the time and the attention you have given to this court during the course of this trial. This is one of the longer trials that occur, and you all were willing to give your time and absolute attention to this matter, and you certainly received the thanks not only of this court but the community as well for your service. As I said earlier, and I believe it again, your participation has strengthened and fully served our institution of justice in this county and everywhere else, for that matter. So we have now concluded your service to the court in this matter. I will, now, I guess number one, I'm going to share with you, you are released from your admonition. So now you may speak to anyone that you wish about this matter. You may review anything that's been going on. If you're back to your jury room now, and the jury has also said, heard that phrase, one. Mr. Moore, I think from day one, everyone's wanted justice for your wife, Emily. And I've heard that phrase a lot, and I think everyone truly desires that. But I think the jury has also said, justice for Emily is not injustice for you. And they reaffirm that. I will just formally say I am terminating the bond previously set in this case, and you will be discharged, and you are free to go.
How was he
We'll do
locked
that,
up? 2 years.
We have an entry
Yeah,
that will
2
prepare
years.
immediately to cause that to happen. All right. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else from counsel?
No, Your Honor.
I'm going to ask them if they would be willing to speak to counsel. That's really one of the main things I'm going to be doing. So if any.
It always gets me every time. Ugh.
I believe that was the correct verdict, and I think listening to the judge, he had the same idea, because he clearly wanted to give them the direct verdict, but probably couldn't finagle it so it would go that way, is what I believe. I heard in his voice, but again, that's just that's tone language.
Mm-hmm.
The Gapster sent me something that we didn't do anything to prep for all of this. Not guilty, not guilty. Well, he could be guilty, but I don't think the state proved it. The ankle grip clinched it for me, no pun intended. Those were the comments on the Rumble side. But the Gapster shared this one. This is from Find Emily Noble, the Facebook group, where Matheau Moore is admin. June 16th, 2024. Who remembered John Kramer, the knucklehead from across the street? I talked to the woman that he was convicted of harassing, and she said she was so afraid of John that she had to get out of town for a while, and was compensated for this by Ohio's Victim Compensation Fund. Lead Detective Grubbs called her to see what John was saying to her exactly like it matters. Do you really think he would ever have the integrity to admit he was wrong and try and figure out what really happened? Give me a break. Case closed.
Mm-hmm.
John Gerard Kramer, he was booked in Delaware County, Ohio. And We don't need his address. Telecommunications harassment. Original plea not guilty. Final plea not guilty. Finding guilty. Must pay fines and CC by blah blah within 90 days. Defendant must provide proof of completion of an alcohol/drug dependency evaluation and mental health evaluation. Must comply with post-conviction no contact order. So the guy who saw her last has harassed another woman and apparently has a slight bit of a problem. He worked for a brewery. That's a normal thing that people who work at breweries has has a slight drinking problem. We had a brewery in my town back when I was a kid. So yeah.
Yeah, but this case was really rough because I think I looked into it, and obviously I didn't want to spoil it, but once Matt was found not guilty, he very much went around the YouTubes, and anybody talking about his case, he'd come and chat, and he had done some interviews, and he's talked about it. He wrote a book too. But like his life was turned upside down. Like
Of course it was.
well, being in jail for those 2 years too, like he lost everything. Like I guess the sister went after the house. So he was in like civil litigation for her. So he lost his house. He had to spend all of the money he got from his mom's, that trust or whatever it is that when his mom died.
Yeah.
I mean, it went into all this lawyer, his case to stay out of jail. I mean, he was left with nothing. And then he gets a not guilty, and everybody's like, all right, you're set free. Where? I mean, his dad died while he was in prison. His mom's gone. He has no body like
Yeah.
just crazy.
Let's just try and see this one.
Decided the evidence was not there. Part of the reason for the not guilty pick up that.
Your reaction to the verdict?
What a great day. And I turned to Matt, and my first reaction was just that I'm so happy for him.
Yeah, you were patting him on the back, Any
I know it was awkward. Usually judges have a stand, which is kind of easier to embrace, right? But I'm just so happy for him. And really in particular the last few days, I've seen just the stress accumulating in him, and it's been really hard to watch. And it's totally out of his control, and I can't imagine to be in his shoes, not just for the last 15 months while he's been incarcerated, but really these last 2 weeks. So I'm just so happy for him, and I hope he can have a new chapter.
This case was unusual for you to try and for us to watch in a few ways. First off, there were jury questions, and you were delivering some statements in closing where you were kind of saying there is no motive here.
Yeah, and the jurors, I just had an opportunity to speak to them, and what an incredible jury, right? And what a service they did. But one of the things we talked about was the jury questions, and I love them, actually. First trial I've ever done with jury questions. Certainly had cases where judges asked questions, but never jurors. And I felt like not only was it insightful into what they were thinking, but I also thought it really forced the jurors to stay engaged. And in a trial of this long or even longer, the engagement of the jurors is so important for all the attorneys. You want jurors to pay attention, and to listen and to really care about what's going on. And
Longer than what the state's questioning was, and your rebuttal case or your case was relatively short.
Well, I've always said 24 years is that putting on witnesses by definition, when a defense attorney does that, you're assuming some of the burden. And it certainly feels that way to me when I'm doing it. So I only put any evidence on if I think it's going to affirmatively move the needle forward. And I tell my co-counsel and my clients, if it's just a neutral, we're not doing it. And certainly we're not doing it if it might hurt us in any way. But I thought the two witnesses we put on moved the needle forward. And certainly Dr. John Bolte, I love the visual. And I also thought it was really part of the narrative that they had tunnel vision, and when they had engaged experts that said things and then they didn't want to hear those things, they just forgot about them. So he was important in those two ways, I felt.
I noticed that you brought that in a lot.
Yes.
A lot of your witnesses, or at
Way
least on
better
your witness
video.
list.
So us complaining about not being able to see anything else just because it was a shitty court video. It's really a good video. And again, make this make sense. How did he drag her into this area? I know this is half a year later, more growth, more everything, but still, This would have been early spring where everything is blossoming. Well, late spring, but still, it makes no sense.
Included people or experts that were going to be for the prosecution.
That's right. One of our other experts was from University of Tennessee that worked at the body farm, and she was another expert they had engaged early on about time of death. And she wrote a report, and then they never communicated with her again. And so I followed up when I was working the case, and we were going to call her, but I thought it was already clearly established in the state's case that no one could say when Emily got to the woods. So, and for me, that was huge with respect to time of death.
You got a little emotional during the Rule 29, if I'm getting that right. Talk to me about that.
You know, I think sometimes judges feel like, oh, Rule 29.
Emily State suicide. Matheau Moore and Mr. Anarchist. This is a story about what happened to Emily Noble in Westerville, Ohio on the night on Sunday, May 24th. Story that is told by the person that Emily's death and subsequent murder investigation and trial affected most, her husband, Matheau Moore. This is his version of what's coined as state suicide in Ohio. This is a book on, I found the link on Amazon. It's 286 pages, and it's 150 Danish, so that's around $20, I believe.
Yeah, that's his book. He wrote about his whole experience with this and stuff. So,
is there anything good on the back side of it? A chilling indictment of our justice system, truth and finally justice as an extreme cost. That was juror number 8. It could happen to you. Couldn't put this down and cried several times reading it. So if you'd like to read it,
I believe that's how you can support him, because somebody said something about, does he have a GoFundMe? And I was like, I'm pretty sure buying his book would probably help him out.
Yeah, this is the book. This is quite a front page on the book. No, but I think because there's a lot of interpretations after watching this trial that you can put into this. That this was just a shot in the dark. It was the police just going dark over it. Yeah. And one of the jurors wrote a book as well. Oh, interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, potentially criminal after this trial. He had Matt on and one of the jurors. This is way back in the day. I don't remember. Probably when the trial ended. So, yeah. But I've heard him talk about this book on another channel too. So
this goes directly to him. I don't know. I have no idea.
yeah, I have no idea how that works, but
Yeah.
but it's his book. Yeah.
It's his book. That's all I can say. He's a co-author of the book. He took a polygraph examination after the not guilty. Yeah, I don't put much weight in polygraph. That's proven time and time again to be not true. Oh, it's available on Kindle Unlimited. Jemima is reading that tonight.
Look at her go.
If it's good, maybe we should do a book review of it.
Yeah.
Get him on and I can yell at him like I yelled at Plevin.
Yeah, you should. He likes to talk about his case, even though it upsets him. Yeah.
Well,
He thinks that these people just railroaded him, and I don't blame him one bit.
Yeah. But no, but if it's a good book, and if Marissa has an email to send to him, I'll take a talk to him.
We're just doing
Yeah.
it. It's formulaic. You're just, preserving the record. But I felt really passionately throughout this case and while I was in trial, just so much that how did we get here, right? And if you have a Rule 29, you have the ability to argue a motion to dismiss. I felt like this is that case where that should be applied. So I got emotional because I did want to let the judge know, who doesn't know me, that this isn't me just arguing for the sake of making an appellate record. And I think I said that in my closing. I'm passionate, but I'm also passionate with a purpose. I'm not emotional every day. And I hope that I mix it up with witnesses enough that sometimes I'm really, I'm kind of over the top, and sometimes I take it down. And, I don't want to be litigating on the same note all the time. I think that's important. And so I really felt passionate about the Rule 29. I didn't want it to go to a jury.
We almost thought that it couldn't go to a jury at one point, especially.
I can't read a book. That would be a copyright infringement. I'm not allowed to read a full book. I'm allowed to read excerpts of a book. I know other people break that rule, and that's their rules, but reading a full book or showing a full video without doing significant changes to it, that's why when I do I'm going to do Chris Albert on the Four Locos tonight, I will cut it out. I won't sit and watch 2 hours of video and just comment on it, because that'll make them easier to claim copyright. But if I cut it, they can't claim copyright, and I can't read a full book. It would be against El Rulos.
Actually, the judge had given himself the night to deliberate on it, and then there was the next morning. And I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask you what was going through your mind when we were witnessing what was happening that morning.
You know, that was incredibly unprofessional. And I have to tell you, since it was going through my mind, I thought if a defense attorney...
Yeah, but I would have to... it can't be the main part of the show. So I would have to read like a page, and then I'll say, oh, that was interesting. They put a comma after and. Isn't that illegal in English? But what do I know? Because I don't do, and I'm dyslexic, and it's going to be really... And then I have to read another page, and then I'm going to say, oh, they used a semicolon on that page. I don't know what that even means. So it has to be very transformative for you to be able to read a book without getting in trouble with copyright infringements.
They did that?
And again, I don't mind clipping the crazy Canton housewives, because fuck them. But I would rather you go get his book on Kindle Unlimited, buy his book on Amazon, rent it at your local library, because proceeds can go to him.
The implications long-term for our career would be much different. And there are different roles in our justice system, not just with respect to race, but with respect to who has what role in the courtroom. And I just thought it was really disrespectful. And so I think the camera captured, I sat there, you know, for once with really out any expression or movement, because that moment just needed to happen on its own for everyone to see.
A lot of our viewers and our analysts really love to comment on how dynamic you are with demonstrative and also demonstrations. Is that something you always do?
It is, because I think visuals are so important, right?
I agree.
And, you know, we know this as individuals, that everyone learns differently, right? Some people are auditory, some people are visual, and so you want to make sure that you're hitting all those marks with the jurors. I also think the best thing that could ever happen for me is if things I do or say resonate with the jury, and they go into the deliberation room, and they're like, remember when she did this, right? And so it stands out, and then it's like I'm in the jury room helping them get to where I want them to go.
Prosecutors in this case started to use some of your methods, your style, and they were referencing it. They even started to use some of your sayings. What is it? Garbage
in, garbage out. But they were sort of mocking me at the end, which is interesting. I hope it's a trend that continues for as long as I practice law. But jurors seem to really like me. And I think the reason is because I'm authentic. Right? I just say it like it is. I don't think I waste time. I think I'm efficient. I think I'm surgical. I would describe myself as that. I'm in and I'm out and I'm moving on. And so I think jurors like me. And certainly when I went back into the jury room right now, it seemed as if they liked me. So I think when prosecutors take that approach, it's probably not their best look.
What's next for Matt? I know that he's opted
I
not to
liked
speak
it.
to the media.
Yeah.
What's next
I
for
noticed
Matt?
it right off
I
the
hope
hand.
the world is next for Matt, and really he never has been able to grieve the loss of his wife, right? Because
You probably have not been getting much sleep.
more trials. I have more trials this year. It's the year of the trial. So I'm going to sleep tonight. Tomorrow's my birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. I'm going to party like it's my birthday, and then I'm going to get back to work.
All right. Anything else you want to say?
No, it's been, I will say this. It's when you have a trial that's televised, and I learned this from Husel, is that the comments, right, not just from the commentators, but also from the public, is that they're so helpful. And I mean this, every night I went home and I read every single comment, which was, hundreds. The good, the bad, the all in between. But it's like understanding how the jury might be thinking. And I think for all of us that are doing this work, having the opportunity to have your cases filmed and seen and heard is such an incredible learning experience. So on top of this just being a total joyous moment for me, it's I learn and I'll get better next time, and next time I'll be even better than that. So that's super exciting.
All right, Diane Menashe. Ooh, what a performance she put on.
I liked her a lot. I really liked her a lot.
Oh yeah, she's very authentic. She's not wrong about that.
Okay. Apparently, he's also working on a website and has some share. Am I allowed to share the art you shared with me, Gabby? Let me know on Discord if it's okay. It's kind of weird, but not my style. I'll say that. It's
Yeah, I
apparently.
believe last I saw, he moved back to Nevada after this because obviously, nobody's probably shocked, but everybody that thought he was guilty still thinks he's guilty, and he gets a lot of awful comments online, and
Oh
he couldn't stay there anymore.
no, but that's sadly what will happen. People are assholes. Oh, he has an Instagram. So let's take a look at this. Oh, it's not my style. I'll be totally honest. This is not my style of art, but that's the beauty of art. It's in the eye of the beholder, and the beholder is one of the worst animals that you can fight in Dungeons and Dragons. If you didn't know that, but he has a website called Bowserker 101 on Instagram. Standing Dead. That sounds ominous. This is apparently you can go to www.harrytoad.com. Let's see what that is. Harry Toad art. Okay, this is real. It again. This is not my style. A clown on a bicycle. View all pieces.
It's very unique.
Yeah, it's very.
It looks like tattoo type art, in my opinion, but maybe that's just me. But I don't really.
This to me looks like Monty Python style art, like Yellow Submarine. This, yeah, that could look like some existential tattoo. It's not my style.
Yeah.
I'm very old school tattoo wise and art wise. I like it to look like something. I don't know.
It's good though, because crap, I can't draw like that. No way.
No. I'm not. I'm not critiquing the art. I'm saying it's not what I like as art.
Yeah.
I could probably sit and look at it and try and find some meaning with it and do all of that stuff you learned in school, but it's not the type of art I would hang in my house. I'm very old school. I like the deer by the lake out in the forest pictures, old ships and stuff like that. That's more my style.
Old ships.
Yeah, I have a lot of pictures of old ships. I live in a maritime city, and my family, well, my brother's family used to be sailors. It's very busy. Yeah, that's why I don't like it. It's too busy. It's too much. You'll constantly sit there and try and look at it, and then you'll see something new. And I don't like that. My brain is very cloudy to begin with. So yeah.
So he has a website. Does he sell it or something like that?
I don't see any prices, but it's Harry Toad. harrytoad.com. But it has no description really. He has a Bitcoin address. I don't know what. If you're interested in yeah, I'm still sharing this. I can show this. If you're interested in a printer on original, contact Matheau Moore, harrytoad101@yahoo.com. All art and photograph is legally owned by the website creator. Please contact for fair use permissions. More drawings on our Facebook.
Oh, so you can contact him and you get an original or whatever.
Seems like it.
And a print or original, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's probably, yeah.
He has some political art as well. But he has a website. He has the Harry Toad website that you can go and, if you want to look at it. It's too noisy for me. My brain would collapse if I had that in my house. So,
But yeah, so that's that. And I just wanted to say, yeah, like it was just, I think I was just horrified of like, okay, no, this man's found not guilty, and now he has, nothing to go home to. Everything is taken away from him.
yeah.
And this is where I said I wish that the state doing what they do, if they
Yeah, if they lose, they have to pay.
yeah, if they get a not guilty, and then they should be giving back everything to that man.
I agree. That's how you do it in Denmark. And you would be compensated for the 2 years you spent in prison. And it's just a pro day rate. So you will have, 10 days in prison, you'll get $1,000. Let's just say $1,000. 100 days in prison, you get $10,000. And you just, you spend 762 days per day, you get this amount. Because you should not have been in prison.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to the Ohio Mennonite lady that drowned her husband and kids? I don't know. That case blew up and went away. And there is Devin, whatever, the porn model is getting sentenced today. As usual, I don't do sentencings because there will be victim impact statements. I will lose my shit when people are, I invoke Christ and I'm a good Christian. I hope you burn in hell, you piece of shit. Nothing is bad enough for you. So I will not cover it. I'll probably mention it tomorrow, how long she got prison for life. You don't have to watch it. But
I don't do like a small video.
Yeah, I probably don't do that because, again, it's just. But I don't do victim impact statements. I think it's hypocritical, and emotions has nothing to do with the law. It should be allowed for the people to talk after the sentencing. They should never be allowed to talk before sentencing, not in her behalf or against her, because that turns Lady Justice into a seeing lady, and she shouldn't be. She should be blind, and the law is the law.
Yep.
And after watching that New England case, Massachusetts case, New Hampshire case, I will never cover a victim impact statement again. I got so angry after 15 minutes that I will never cover victim impacts again. That's yeah. So next
Especially if it's somebody we feel passionate about, because that's even worse for us.
Yeah,
because it's like,
and I just got so mad because if there's one thing I hate, and it's fake Christians, fake Muslims, fake Mennonites, fake whatever you want to believe in, Buddhists, who will stand there and pull the cloak of Christ around them and say, our son was such, and he was going and he was helping. We saw him clock a guy in the face while he hung out with a 15-year-old older felon, and he started to try and fight again 2 towns over from where he lived. And they were standing there and talking about him like he was just on his way to Sunday school. Go fuck yourself, if that's how you're trying to get revenge. Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it.
Yep.
What about Brian Walsh praying at the rosary? I didn't cover Brian Walsh, so I don't know that part. apparently Jemima has read the first chapter already and says it's better than Plevin's book. Jemima
I mean, that's,
has experienced it. A kick in the nuts better than Plevin's book.
I was gonna say, that's a low bar, right?
That's talking about Plevin's book. You don't go on the Twitter, so you don't know this, but Plevin has a fake account that's called Anonymous Massachusetts lawyer. Brother counsel made a funny little video going through his arguments because it's just Plevin with ChatGPT. But I was clipping stuff for my night show tonight with the Canton housewives, and then they say this, and I was laughing my ass off.
Yeah, and you look at just the intellect of somebody like anonymous lawyer. And,
Yes.
he feels the need to be private, which I completely understand because he's an actual working lawyer, not one who plays one on YouTube. And and he is such a powerful voice
He
and
really
such a
is.
reasonable person. So yeah, it's
Mhm.
not going unnoticed.
No, he's not. It's Plevin with ChatGPT. It's Plevin with ChatGPT. That's anonymous mass lawyer. He's not a big intellect. He's a big idiot. It's a different word with an I in it, but it still describes him very well. And I love this is at 1.5 speed because I couldn't stand listening to them at normal speed. That Tuesday woman, she talks so slow, you know. So yeah, I'm gonna do that tonight. It's a good few pages. It looked like they split the first chapter into a few subparts, and then there's a chapters about the trial. Seems good so far. Thank you, Jemima.
Thanks, Jess. I'm interested in it now too.
Yeah,
Something outside of the genre that I read.
it's not a dirty book. Jamie won't read it. But it could be interesting to read it and give it a book report. And again, if anyone knows if he still takes YouTube call, I haven't had a guest on in a million years. It could be fun talking to him.
Yeah, get his take on like, you know, the process and what happened, and it's interesting.
They cut Nurse Kim off from streaming it. How? How did they do that? Did they put it in private mode? I have to go look now. That's why you clip your shit. Don't be lazy. Just sit and waste the time of your life like I did. Forensic Room. Such a great name. No. What's the name of it? History. I have to go back and look. No, she should be able to because it should be able. So I don't know. I don't know why Kim is wasn't able to. Maybe the copyright struck. I don't know. Oh, did her entire stream stop or their stream stop? It's two very different scenarios because if her stream stopped, they most likely copyright struck her, which, if I know Nurse Kim correctly, they will lose that copyright strike, but it'll just a video. Well, then they must have members only it, but that's why I'm not big fan of. I know Ray Alice and Will Declare does it a lot, where they take a full video and just watch it and comment on it. And I'm not a big fan of it because, first of all, I have to listen to these idiots for 2 hours, and I can't speed it up and clip around in it. I might not find all the good bits, but I'll find something that's stupid. But the problem is, and we've seen other people do that, when they pull it, and you're just sitting there with your dick in your hand and saying, whoops, because maybe the good part was the next part. So I'd rather spend that hour and cut out 20 bits of it instead of restreaming it. And they don't get more than one view for that one. It was their stream that stopped. Yeah, so they most likely put it in private mode or members only mode while she was streaming. When she stopped streaming, they on members only did again. And actually, funny enough, a question that will be on the screen for one of the clips I have is, for you free Karen Reed people who are clipping this, why don't Karen Reed answer any questions? Why don't she go on screen? She was on a fundraiser 2 weeks ago. And again, why don't you ask any questions? You had a convicted killer on yesterday who was sitting there and talking about, in my family, we don't do any. I didn't laugh at anything. And I accidentally stumbled into a spaces. Sure, bro. I think the Clara commentary is hilarious. I think Clara is wonderful at what he does, but it's just 4 hours of him watching another show, and I would watch the Clara for 4 hours, but sit listening to these women for 4 hours. Do you know how boring they are? I have it I had it at 1.75, and every clip I did, I went down to 1.5 because especially that Tuesday, she is so slow. So I was talking to some people, and they know David Yannetti, and well, a lot of people have told, well, at least 4 or 5, and she can never get to a point. She's so slow. So that's why I would rather cut it and just talk about it. She watched quite a bit before it stopped. Yeah, someone probably alerted her because she started very early. She started like 8:30, I believe, this morning. Probably alerted them and said, hey, Kim is stealing your content right now. And they went in and member only it because she was doing it live. So that's the trick, kind of like someone else did and put it behind a $130 paywall. And then complained that people put stuff behind the paywall. Yeah, but the problem is just when you're just watching it and you're commenting on it, it gets so long. And that's why I would rather take one for the team. I go and find the bits that I find funny, and maybe you find other bits funny, but I'll cut it and I'll talk about it. That's what I'll do.
You're funny. I got to jump off, so I want to say bye to you and bye to everybody.
Bye.
I will talk to you later. Bye, guys. Have a good
Bye.
day.
I'm actually not going to cover the pineapple on pizza because I did that from their first show. I'm not going to cover that one because that was just stupid. One of my best friends actually liked pineapple on pizza. Oh, that's fighting words. Well, I didn't want to eat pineapple on pizza. It just happened. Julie, crazy. But I'm going to do my night stream at 11:30 tonight. Yes, I know you will be on replay, Kuru, because you are a sensible person and goes to bed. But I have Cougar class in the morning. I'm going to redirect you over to a stream that hasn't started because I really, really, really hope those of you who don't know the expert who knows Emily C, or the other way around, those of you who know the expert but doesn't know Emily C, expert C, whoever, I don't know what I said first, that you will go and join them tonight at 9:05 because the expert can't start on time. So 9:05 tonight, the expert will have Emily C on to talk about all the crappiness out of Canton. He got very surprised when I had my fundraiser for Aiden, that Aiden actually was facing 90 years in prison over witness intimidation. As you said, it's a crime that is never ever charged. The expert might sound a little airheady, and he is, but he's also a really smart guy who went to law school and who is a really good interview. So you hope that tonight at 9:05 Eastern, you will join him and Emily talking about all of this and maybe get a new perspective on it, because all of us have been doing it for so long. Seeing it through a new man's eyes could potentially help you think about some things you haven't thought about in a long time. So I think it could be good for all of you, and it could be good for me. It's 8 o'clock to go in, find a movie, watch about 2 hours, and then go to bed and be back at 11:30 your time. I got my husband watching experts last night. I feel sorry for your husband. Yeah.
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing?
Well,
I know English is your second language, but you don't word
It's
the
my
questions
third, but
carefully.
I'm still better at it than you. You are.
The most important people in this case that everybody seems to have forgotten in this room is the jury. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and both sides take a pregnant pause and think about the jury.